talk about some of our sponsors, and as well as the booths and the people who are presenting today to show that Ankole region actually has something to talk about. So to our sponsors, NAGRC, NADS, UCDA, USAID, Chemonix, Pepsi, Uganda Red Cross, thank you so much for sponsoring this event. Our partners, Operation Wealth Creation, Uganda Police, URA, by the way, they do have a booth, so if you don't have a TIN number and you need us to give you money, ensure you get your TIN number today. Their booth is right there for you to register. URSB, they are also registering businesses today. So yes, you can do all that today so that that money can be in your bank account. And of course, UDB, we do have our booth for all the inquiries that you do have. So if you have any inquiries, ensure that you go to those booths and get that sorted. I have to talk about our exhibitors very, very fast so that we know who they are, and thank them for taking the time to actually come and exhibit. Kazire Health Products, Perpetual Paints Limited, Ankole Diocese, Post Bank Uganda, Muhanji Dairy Limited, Terra Agric Limited, GBK Dairy Limited, we have a lot of milk, USAID, Chemonix, NADS, Ankole Coffee Processors Cooperative Union, Wajo Buildings, Housing Finance Bank, Uganda, URSB, National Planning Authority, DFCU Bank, and NAGRC, Uganda Coffee Development Authority. Our coffee should be all over the world at this point. We have Kashari Center for Value Addition, Greenwood Youth, Excel Hot Consult Incubation Center, Bishop Stewart University, Empower Youth Technology, Bushenyi Youth Demonstration Farm, Mbarara University, Western Ankole Diocese, Rentanga Farm School, Mayakabi Area Cooperative Enterprises, Purple Star, Katia Investments, BGA Winery, Kitara Farm, Sigurd Investments. My God, please, if you haven't visited these booths, please make an effort to do that. And for everyone who's exhibiting, do not leave this stadium without letting us know how we can help you grow financially. So without a further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to get into the first presentation of the day as we wait for some of our guests to come through. So I would like to invite Ambassador Francis Butajira, the chairman of URSB, to come and give us a few words and what you need to do to get prepared. This is the day for us to take some learnings so that we can prepare how we can prosper and thrive in Ankole region. Barbara Kasekende, I'll be your host for the day. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Distinguished organizers of this symposium and you participants, it's a great pleasure for me to address you. I will be brief because the mandate of Uganda Registration Service Bureau is very big. And if I have to talk on each aspect of what we do, we shall take most of the time. So I will only emphasize some aspects which to the business community, potential investors are important for you to know. Uganda Registration Service Bureau is a government agency charged with registration of most of businesses, with a few. So it is at the center of our development. Now, we, for instance, are charged with providing efficient, timely registration services. And for a business community, that is important. I'll give you an example. It usually takes about weeks to register, say, a company. But as I speak now, within one day, you can register your company. That shows you how far we have gone in streamlining the procedures. For those of you who have registered the companies in the past, you know, for instance, to draw up a memorandum of association and articles, it almost looked like a booklet. But we have reduced it to two-page. Two-page. You can register memorandum and articles of association. Of course, this has cut off the necessity for engaging lawyers, and some of them are not happy with us. But of course, for us, we work for the common good. Therefore, simplification of registration services is better. If you are a potential investor, both local and foreign, and you want to say to invest in a certain product in Uganda, of course you have to get investment license and all those things. Most of the first question you ask yourself is, how long will it take me to register? If in Uganda you take 2 weeks to register a company, in the neighboring countries it's just a few hours, the investor would prefer to go there and not come to Uganda. So what we are doing, therefore, in our effort to simplify registration processes, is also to contribute to the ease of doing business in Uganda. And that's what we have been doing. Now, Uganda Registration Service Bureau handles some areas like insolvency, like trademark registration, copyright registration, business names, and so on and so forth. Now, those businesses, we have yet to go extra mile to make sure that we formalize businesses. We move from informal to the formal. And one way of doing this is make the registration very simple and available. Another way, which we have done also in this exercise, is to decentralize our services. In the past, we used only to go to Kampala to register. And you can imagine the expense and the inconvenience. But as I speak of now, we have established regional centers. Here in Mbarara, there is one. In Masaka recently, in Mbale, in Gulu, Arua. Now, we want to expand these centers. We want to make our services available throughout Uganda. So what are we doing, therefore? We have a program in URSB to open up more and more offices up country. Of course, it needs funding, but I think we are progressing well with our discussions with the Ministry of Finance to avail us funds so that we can open more and more offices. In the pipeline now, we have Fort Potro, we have Hoima, because of oil. We have Ginger and Lira. These are on our next program, and we need to expand. Now, so that's another area where we are concentrating. Another area is online services. We are moving our registration to online. In fact, 90% of what we do now is online. So that in the comfort of your office, in your home, if you have a computer, you can register the company, you can register business name. Now, that of course presupposes that a good number of you are computer literate and you know what to do. So there is a challenge there. How many can afford to register to access their service online? There are very few. So what are we doing? I think we are thinking of opening up just smaller centers. If say here in Mbarara, the offices, regional offices are to Kamukuzi, but in town, you can have maybe one room where we can have one of our officers, and those who cannot or are able to file online, they can go to that office and it helps them to file their whatever they want to file online. We are thinking of this, and I think this can be a way of overcoming illiteracy by way of online services. Now, I'll give you an example of what improved service delivery has done. Improved online services. During the COVID, when everything was shut, and because we had started online registration and so forth, we were able to continue. This financial year, the first financial year, the Ministry of Finance gave us a target of 24 billion to collect in NTR. But we surpassed it, and as of now, we have collected 34 billion NTR. That's a big jump. That's a big contribution to our revenue. And I can assure you, given facilitation, we shall do more. If we bring our informal sector into formal sector, more taxes collected, more revenue collected, then we shall surpass, even, and I'm sure, we are confident at URSB that we may hit even 100 billion collection because of our improved services. So, in a nutshell, that is what we are doing. But some of you may ask, yes, you are encouraging us to register our services and so on. But what are the advantages of registering a business? Some of you may ask me, what are the advantages? I'll give you. Benefits of formalization of business. 1, exclusive ownership and use of business name. If you are, for instance, casual traders and you register that one, you have exclusive monopoly to use it. If somebody uses it to take advantage of your sales, you can sue him. 2, easy access to startup capital from both financial institutions and the wealth creation programs under the government. 3, easy access to licensing by regulatory authorities, e.g. obtaining a mining license. If you are registered, it's very easy. They ask you, are you registered or not? 4, access to the national database for suppliers in the oil sector. Ability to easily pre-qualify under PPDA for purposes of procurement. That may be required. Are you registered or not? So the importance of you registering yourselves. 7, cross-border trade. It is easy to trade with the neighboring countries when one is registered. So there are many advantages. Some people have feared registering because they say they are going to be taxed. Well, we need revenue, but there are many more advantages you will get when you register your business. Lastly, I want to talk about a new innovation which we have put in place called the Simple. Now, you remember, it has been one of the big problems to access credit. Traditionally, if you go to the bank, they used to say, do you have registered title? How many have registered title? So this means so many people were excluded from accessing credit. So what we have done, we have now put in place an electronic chattel register. If you register with us, if you have a car, if you have a cow, that can be used as a collateral to access loan. And this is now it is on and working at URSB. So that you can have access, you can formalize business because now you have that facility to access. So again, look at our website and see how this instrument is utilized. I want to thank you very much for listening to me.
Another round of applause for Ambassador Butajiro. Thank you so much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, I am sure we have fully understood, and we'll keep mentioning some of these points over and over again. But one thing or two things that really stood out for me. It is not 3 months to register a business. 1 day, ladies and gentlemen, 1 day. Why would we complain the process takes too long? He has actually said all it takes is 1 day. The other thing that heavily stood out for me, the fact that they are going regional. They are bringing the registration to you here. And for me, that is a big take out of this. The other thing as well that he really, really mentioned were the advantages. I think before we complain about why it is very difficult, the terms and conditions are so hard, you people, before we really complain, ladies and gentlemen, I think we need to look back and see why these organizations were put in place to help you prosper. And he mentioned the advantages, things around protecting your business, things around getting other licenses, startup to access capital. Definitely UDB will not give you cent if you're not registered. But the reason why it is a requirement is not for our best interest. It is for your best interest. So I hope this really makes a lot of sense. And again, like I said, we will keep mentioning why it is very critical for these organizations and why even for the smallest Rolex business on the side road, why it will help you prosper. The next, before actually I get into the next, ladies and gentlemen, places of convenience. Places, let me see if I can explain properly. Places of convenience. To the left side of the field, we have some places of convenience to the utmost left side of the field. So I hope, ladies, you have comfortable shoes. And then to the utmost right of the field, we also have places of convenience, but for the VIP section. Otherwise, the ladies in the beautiful white shirts and the scarves and lovely pants there will be able to help you if you need to get there. We also have free coffee. Yes, because we might have information overload and we might need to, to detox a bit. So we have free coffee. If you need a free cup of coffee, we have free coffee, and also the ladies can help you get that as well. And then, of course, for those who are social savvy, and you want to follow the discussion at UG Symposium 2022, hashtag UDB Better Uganda, and on all our social platforms. And we're live on our UDB YouTube channel. So without a further ado, I know we have come here kufuna sente. Huh? We've come to get money. What do we need to do? We've been told some of the things we need to do to prepare to get the money. Now this is where it gets very exciting. I would like to invite our director, credit. A lot of people were really asking. Mr. Samson Maitum. Sente, talk to him. He's going to give you what you need to know, how you need to prepare, how much money you can get. It's going to be very exciting. Then we'll have a Q&A after that. All right, Sammy, take it away. Enjoy, guys.
A very good morning to all of you. It's our pleasure to be here with you in Mbarara for the Greater Ankole Business Symposium. Thank you to our sponsors, all protocol observed, and all those that have partnered with us on this journey to making things better, not only for ourselves as individuals, but again for the region and for our country. So I'd like to start our presentation on how is it that you can take advantage of the opportunities that UDB has to offer you. We've been speaking about financial innovation, and basically what is financial innovation? It's a process by which we create new products, services, or even enhance existing processes to create new financial assets, or to enable us to be more accessible to the masses. So financial innovation may be enhanced by things like financial instruments, technology, and payment systems. Examples of those, I think we did speak a lot about that yesterday. We've seen changes in things like mobile banking, mobile money. We've seen different channels for remittances and agency banking, and even new ways of raising money without necessarily confining yourself to the bank. We speak about inclusive economic growth. Yeah, we've spoken about economic growth as the next aspect of our theme. Economic growth is basically about increasing or improving market value of goods and services that we produce in our economy. What are the benefits of having better value for our goods and services? It means we can earn a whole lot more from it. When we earn more, we have money to not only cover our basic needs, but to go out there and be able to get better things, to have purchasing power for goods, services, to improve our livelihoods. So the old school you might have wanted to send your child to, you can now afford a better school and give them better opportunities. So increasing that value of goods, services in the entire economy works to improve our livelihoods. And once we have that increased capacity, that increased earning capacity, we are then able to do things like pay tax, to pay additional tax, and with that increased tax revenue, government is able to deliver on services and supply us with public goods that we further need to grow our businesses, things like extension services, road networks, security, and such. So it is imperative that we should work on developing a model that empowers each and every one of us as individuals. And if we think about it in terms of inclusive economic growth, how are these opportunities shared? Is everyone able to benefit? Are all of us moving, leaving no one behind? Which I think is the objective of our government at the moment. So we looked at some of the benefits of financial innovation. It helps us improve access to credit. It improves our financial presence. That means we have institutions, entities that can provide funding that can reach places where they do not require brick and mortar branches. Even individuals with as much as a mobile phone are able to start to transact. So again, costs of operations fall, costs of transactions fall, cost of borrowing eventually could fall, and then it also improves the effectiveness of not only financial institutions, but organizations. It helps us create mechanisms through which we can reduce risk. It's been said part of why credit is expensive is because of the risk factors. But if we are able to find ways and means to reduce that risk, to de-risk the lending to individuals, to entities, then they can access capital. And that way, we are able to empower them, and that way, we are able to change our livelihoods and grow our nation. Again, where we talk about enhanced deployment of capital, financial resources are limited. And when you have a limited resource, how do you make the best of that resource? So using financial innovation, using technology, using new approaches, we are able, again, to give the most, to finance projects from which we could get the most impact. We use the few resources we have to generate the most impact, which impact gives us more benefit and enables us access to different areas and opportunities. Finally, there's alternative financing and resource mobilization channels. We tend to think the bank is the only place that we can go to for money. But there are other ways to raise money. So most entrepreneurs will tell you, when I started, it was my savings, and then I topped that off with contributions from family. So there's a whole new family out there, people who are willing to invest in projects. There's private equity, there are angel investors, people who do not know you, people in the US, people in England, Australia, who are willing to commit resources to projects. And all this is facilitated by financial innovation. So it's spoken to the economic growth. We spoke also about opportunities for the region yesterday. I think some of them we just summarized around things like tourism, ecotourism, agriculture, the potential we have in dairy, in tea, coffee, cocoa, and just to name those few. Manufacturing, there was the push, there was that challenge about the industrial parks. How do we continue this value addition journey? Infrastructure, ICT, these are all enablers in that process of growing our economy, of improving our livelihoods, of becoming a more resilient economy. So how do we address the challenges? A lot of these were raised, I think, in the course of the last 2 days. Challenges like access to capital, challenges around business advisory. A number of great ideas take off, but how do we take that forward? Project preparation, we were challenged yesterday. You have these ideas, but no one could come up with a structured paper. So we will look at how the bank can help you in that project preparation through business advisory and through what we call business incubation, which was another issue you did raise. How do we give you that advisory to have sustainable, to have successful enterprises. Again, limits, how much money can you access? I think this is an example of what UDB's offerings are, from 50 to 720 million for SMEs, for people in a smaller space. Affordable credit. There's a challenge around mobilizing affordable term credit. So we are looking at interest rates between 10 to 12%. SMEs, women and youth, how do we reduce the cost of access? So we're looking at things like lower arrangement fees and such. Then processes came up as another challenge that a lot of us face. And how are we using not only innovation, but how are we using appropriate structures to abridge our process, to abridge the documentation requirements, so that we are not asking a $10 million project for the same documentation and paperwork as someone who wants 50 or 100 million shillings. So how are we innovating? How are we changing things around, abridging a process, reducing documentation requirements, but still managing the risk that clients will face or the institution might face to deliver credit? Again, we've thought about collateral requirements. And this is where I think we need to open our minds beyond the thinking about security as being land and buildings. There are so many options, and URSB has just mentioned that there is now a framework called Simple, which allows you to secure your borrowings, to secure your debt with immovable assets and chattels. So all these are things that work together in the financial system to enable you access credit. So again, we'll be looking at things like how do we help with untitled land? How do you formalize that? Because it is critical. One of the things we will find that it is very critical to move from that informal sector to a formal sector, which improves and increases access, which increases the possibility of you growing, reaching new markets, and gaining more opportunities. In line with that, there was a request or an observation around what customized programs exist, what solutions are there to address the other limitations around collateral, around acquiring certain assets, around things like surveying, titling, that whole process. So we're going to discuss these in the context of what UDB can offer, and in the context of what UDB can offer, but to understand where we are and what we can do for you, we'll need to understand more about who UDB is and what is our mandate, what do we seek to do. So basically, UDB is your bank. It's 100% owned by the government of Uganda. It was established in 1972. Its two main shareholders are the Minister of Finance, Minister of State for Privatization. It has an independent board of directors who report to the shareholder for their governance and oversight. We also report to COSASE, and the Auditor General is responsible for the accounts and the like. In terms of the legal regime, it is a registered company, which makes it slightly different from some other government entities. It's governed by a memorandum and articles of association. In terms of regulation, we follow the Association of African Development Finance Institutions Prudential Guidelines, which are the basis or the best practices for development finance institutions. In terms of some ratings and awards, just to speak to the capacity we have built, we continue to have a good Fitch rating that's tied into the country, and an ADFI rating of A+, which is one of the highest on the continent for a development finance institution. Hand clap. This is your bank, you should be proud of it. Yeah. So in terms of financial reporting, we've also been able to secure a number of awards, which point to the diligence and good governance that we have applied to managing your resources. So what were the objectives for the establishment of UDB? So UDB was set up to profitably finance viable economic development in key sectors of the economy, key sectors with high transformational capacity. So we provide short, medium, and long-term secured loans. We also acquire shareholding in viable businesses that speak to our overall agenda. And we make funds available for reinvestment, which speaks to the need for the bank to be sustainable. So that is, we collect from good loans that we have made, we collect from equity that we sell after we have invested in your business to make these funds available for continued growth and development. Our purpose statement is really to improve the quality of life of Ugandans. And by quality of life, we're speaking to your general well-being, social, economic, health, educational, and environmental. In order to do this, we focused on three main areas, which are our high-impact goals that speak to the sustainability strategy of the bank. And these are really to reduce poverty while protecting our natural environment, to promote sustainable industrialization in the country, and to build a sustainable food system for Uganda, and which could eventually feed the region. So in order to do this, we had to prioritize, and the key sectors in which we play are agriculture, both primary and agro-processing, industry, one of the key linchpins of our next transformation, of our next stage, and tourism, because we're blessed with immense tourism potential and tourism resources. And how do we make that happen? We look at financing enabling sectors as well. So human capital development there speaks to health services. It also speaks to the technical, vocational, and enterprise BITVET institutions that support in improving productivity on the agriculture side, that support industry, and that support tourism. So there is that interplay. We cannot just go out to put up hotels without having the staff with the right training. We can't put up health centers without having staff with the right training to look after the health and welfare of our citizens. So we also work on infrastructure. It might be through supporting local content in large projects. It might be through supporting small mini hydros or solar technology. But while we consider all this, there's a larger picture. There's focus on climate change. We have been a largely agrarian country. We rely on rainfall, but we all know things have changed. We have a cattle corridor that's heavily impacted by climate change. We have long droughts, but there is or are solutions to this. There's irrigation, there is smart farming or smart agriculture that can be financed to the bank. We look at environmental and social considerations. As I always say, we have borrowed the time now from the future generations. And therefore, it's imperative that we are leaving them with something worth their while. So we should be responsible in our endeavors for industry, in our endeavor for agriculture, in our endeavor for tourism, trade, and commerce, to look after our environment so that those coming after us have something which they can continue earning, tourism, agriculture, feeding themselves and the rest, while we focus on industrialization and such. Gender and youth, this has been a key focus area. Youth, we still continue to have a very large youthful population. And I'm happy to see a large number of us have shown up because we're interested in what opportunities lie there for us. In terms of gender issues, women have brilliant business ideas, but they have certain challenges. And we are working to address those because without them, individual businesses growing into small and medium enterprises, we will not have a stock of local, medium, regional, or large enterprises that grow out of our women, youth, and the the small and medium enterprise sector. Digitalization, we all saw how things were disrupted when we were hit by COVID-19, but the world also continues to evolve, things continue to move. And we cannot be left behind. We cannot think that doing things the same way as we always have is going to enable us to progress. So we need to embrace digitalization. We need to see how it helps us deliver on our mandate, but also how our customers can develop from appropriate technologies to enable them make that change. So what do we do for each of these specific sectors? Just highlights. On primary agriculture, we help with the acquisition of inputs for improved breeds for people either in dairy or beef and, and meat. Crop varieties for those who are farming. How do we have drought-resistant crops, for example? How do we have higher productive crops and access to those? Again, improved farming methods, mechanization, irrigation technology, and a key thing, once we are able to increase our productivity, how do we manage post-harvest? We've had challenges, these issues are real. We've had Kenya blocking our exports of maize, reasons aflatoxin, or we end up sometimes overproducing, and how do we manage that excess stock? To avoid people being discouraged, I produced high on one side, another time the prices are too low. So how do we manage all those focus and reinforce interventions in primary agriculture? So agro-processing should be the next step from there. We finance plant, machinery, warehouses for your storage, silos. We help with marketing logistics. The key thing is market. How do you get to your market? Because market is critical for your cash flow, and that is what you ultimately get judged on when you apply for the facilities. There are instances you might need working capital. Yes, there's an excess of a crop. You need to finance that. You need to process it. So there's also working capital facilities available in those two areas. Manufacturing, equipment, plant, and machinery, construction of factory premises, should you need to expand or are you venturing into it? Again, there's no point having the machinery without the working capital, so we structure our product, our solution to solve those issues as they appear. For tourism, we focus on accommodation facilities, we focus on development of tourism sites, heritage sites. I believe the Honorable Robert Mwesigu has challenged people that, do you know where these sites are? Even when you know where these sites are, how are you taking advantage of that? So we can look at projects in that space. We also look at purchasing specialized tourism transport facilities and equipment, as well as working capital support to the sector. In terms of human capital development, I did speak to education in the TVET, technical, vocational, and entrepreneurial training. What do we do there? We facilitate acquisition of scholastic, laboratory, or other specialized educational equipment. Things like student shuttles that facilitate students getting to the institutions, take care of their safety, and other things you might need for school operations. We also do construction and expansion based on your business case, based on an assessed need. Health services, hospital and health facility construction and expansion, specialized medical equipment. We did see that challenge as we got into the pandemic, where all of a sudden we realized we have a need or a shortage for certain specialized equipment. We are happy to look at those based again on assessed needs and business potential. Construction, expansion of medical, nursing training institutions. On the infrastructure side, again, we want to improve and increase the capacity of local contractors to engage in some of these big contracts. It's not fair that a huge amount of money is borrowed, used to build roads, and there's no local participation in that. So we are working with the different government entities to structure ways in which we can improve and enhance the capacity of our local players to enable them access these projects and the benefits that accrue thereon. So private sector investment in infrastructure, I spoke to solar, mini hydro. There still continues to be a need for power, which power will facilitate industrialization, which power facilitates education, which power facilitates agro-processing. So should there be such projects, we're happy to look at those, including expansion of ICT infrastructure. So how do we go about all these? There's a few products and services that we offer. Term loans, this is medium to the long term. We're talking about 4 to 15 years. Because there's a requirement, there's that need for patient capital. Again, primary recourse for this is the cash flows of the project. So in many instances, we have that thing, I have security, and therefore I can afford. No. What is your project going to do? How much is it going to generate? It is key that we understand that and the dynamics around that to feed into you accessing this facility and being able to service it. So again, purchase of plant, equipment, irrigation, so this is really hard capital expenditure. Asset finance, this is for the acquisition of equipment and machinery. Again, where you have a challenge as an investor. I do not have land, I do not have buildings, but I have, say, a contract, and I have a certain percentage of what I require for the machinery, for the asset. The bank will come up with, in instances, up to 80% will be financed by the bank. Again, if you have a collateral challenge, but a viable project that requires the asset finance solution. The farmer group model, this is interesting because it's around mobilizing people, cooperatives, and speaking to value chains. So we finance groups, 50 to 400 members, who are participating in certain value chains in your region, coffee, dairy, for example. If there's tea coming up, things like that, we are happy to look at the farmer group models and how they feed into larger agro-processing and eventual marketing or export promotion. So funds in this can be used for inputs, for storage, or even crop finance, among the other needs. On the other hand, I'd mentioned there's an equity option where the bank can take shareholding to a certain extent in an entity that qualifies. And then after we have helped you build up enterprise value or the value of your organization, we divest. And how do we do that? We sell those shares on to other people, either on the local exchange or through other arrangements. How does this help? Equity is participation. So we are in with you for the profit, for the loss. Our gain is on the enterprise value that we can generate, how we can improve the valuation of this business. And then we come out having helped you on the advisory side, building your business, and then divesting those shares to other people, other individuals in the country or institutions that want to travel the rest of the journey with you, increasing the value of our investment as UDB, but also allowing other people to be a part of a bigger story and have something that they can live on for their children in terms of shares in a business, dividend, and other sources of income. Working capital, trade finance, bulk purchase produce during peak periods. Again, we also have structured commodity finance. If you've secured a contract to supply, say, schools or hospitals, but you need that boost, we are able to come in and tailor some of those contracts, some of those around that need, around that contract, and help you. Trade finance, if you're importing raw materials or if you're exporting, there's a team that has the capability to help you with that. Other than money, I think the other differentiating factor for a development finance institution is the non-financial support that we can offer. So there's project preparation. A lot of you said, I have an idea, I have a concept. I believe there's potential in it to make money. So you can come, deal with our team, and they'll help you refine this concept. They will help you make it into something that's bankable, provided it's in line with our NDP 3 goals, our Vision 2040 goals, or in our priority sectors, or unless it can potentially be a game changer, a disruptor that will help us solve another national issue. So project preparation and business advisory services. So these, we help you transition on that journey from an informal individual. Once you register, like URSB has mentioned, our partners at URSB have mentioned, once you register a company, more opportunities start to open up. But you still need help. You still need some development around bookkeeping, record keeping, management, governance. So the bank will undertake to do this for you at our expense and get you to that level where you are now a very bankable individual, or when you have started to secure all these new opportunities that are out there for you to enjoy. We also have special programs, and this is still addressing some of the critical areas. SMEs form the bulk of the business in our economy. So how do we increase access to finance for them? For their sustainable growth, for their development, we have those program. We have financing options that will be shared with you in detail once you speak to some of the members of the team. Women financing segment, how do we increase the participation of women in the development agenda of the country? So this speaks again to access to finance, skills that you need, access to other factors of production. You need to acquire land for a project. You need to acquire certain types of machinery. Again, we walk this journey with you. And youth, how do we enhance that transition from the informal? How do we build on your innovations? How do we get you starting on this journey to growth? So we have that, and one of the key linchpins, or one of the key things that supports our strategy of building from the bottom up, is the advisory and business incubation services. So this will continue to be a critical part of any of our interventions or our participation in your project. Where we identify a need to refine something, there will always be this advisory, there will always be some kind of support from our team. Just to take an example of how we support our smallholder farmers, speaking to primary agriculture, again, there's that value chain approach. There's no use producing without having identified your market, without identifying who's going to take your product, without identifying what other options are there for you, what other opportunities are there. So we work with the pre-upstream, that is production support services, in terms of inputs, distribution, mechanization, and technology that's needed at that level. Then again, upstream, we're able to support smallholder farmers through cooperatives, associations, and outgrower schemes that might be linked into larger agro-processing entities. Midstream, processing and value addition, make that move from green bean to maybe roasting, for example. And downstream, how do we support trade, commerce with cooperatives and associations? How do we build on those linkages, and how do we support you? So the proposition that we have there looks at amounts from about 50 million to 5 billion shillings over a 5-year tenor. These can be secured with shuttles, that is movable assets that we spoke about, vehicles, things like your stock, land titles, land agreements, and we help you transition those into proper titles, and guarantees. So the interest rates in that intervention are between 10 to 12%, and repayments will always be aligned with your cash flow cycle. Because this is another area where a lot of us run into trouble. The nearest available option to finance you is a bank. They want their repayments on a monthly basis, but you only earn, say, half a year, every 180 days. So we also offer the appropriate structuring in that value chain process to enable you to service your debt and enable you to benefit. Some other, just building up on that, we have about 100 groups that we have supported across the country, 10 outgrower schemes with some of the larger processors, about 50 billion investment in dairy, oil crops, coffee, cereals, banana. There's also over 80,000 beneficiaries. Now, speaking to beneficiaries, this happens directly. There are those who benefit directly. There's also what is stimulated indirectly. So if I'm a farmer, the direct beneficiary, I need certain support, say on the input side, say on the veterinary or medical side, and in that way, I induce that, I create indirect employment, indirect opportunity, and then there's that gets induced, where someone picks up on the chance to transport and such. So we have all those kind of beneficiaries. These are the direct beneficiaries, the 80,000. Business advisory, again, has been key to the development and growth of those farmer groups. And good book performance is one of the outcomes, or is the outcome of that the book or our portfolio, our loans and assets to these groups remain, with very little or no default. Why? Because we've looked at the whole structure, we have intervened at the appropriate points. So additional innovations that we should see coming into this space in the financial technology space and in the creation of market linkages. Because once we've exhausted our domestic market, we need to look out for the other markets in the region and seek out those opportunities and how we can finance them and take it forward. So we get to the big part of this. What does it take to borrow from UDB? The eligibility criteria. One, apart from being a Ugandan, is your business focused? Is your focus aligned with the sectors I had spoken to? Is it in agriculture? Is it in agro-processing? Is it in industry or manufacturing, tourism, or infrastructure or human capital development? Anything outside that we will not be looking at. So it is key that you come to us aware of what it is you want to achieve. Again, be a registered entity, business registered in the country. URSB is walking this journey with us. They are, partners in helping you from the idea, from the startup, all the way to when you start the formal process. And I think the benefits have been listed. The benefits are endless. Once you're registered, you're able to pre-qualify, secure contracts, which contracts, for example, you could use to secure your facility. So it's key that we know who we're dealing with, they are formally registered, and and those opportunities can come to you. Business types, it can be a startup, it could be an existing business. We are happy to help you start your journey, realize your dream, or if you're already midway your journey, how do we make it that you're more productive? How do we make it that you grow and you can access all the parts of the country and other markets? Business potential, we need you to be able to demonstrate feasibility and viability. It is critical that it's not a copy and paste, which is, I think, one of the tragedies that befalls a lot of businesses in our country. You see someone do something, you feel I can also do that, but you do not understand the dynamics. So feasibility and viability are key. We will have that conversation sometimes back and forth, but it is critical that you have analyzed the business potential and you can see that it's feasible and viable. We look at your character as well. Do you have good borrowing history, Credit Reference Bureau. That again is another innovation that enables us to utilize our scarce resources effectively. Let us lend to those that have demonstrated the potential to pay back. Certain times there might be challenges, but that does not stop us from having a conversation to see if there is a solution on the non-financial side for UDB to enable you come back into this space where you're able to borrow and improve or enhance your record. Because that is not an end in itself. It's just a hiccup in the road. If you can improve your behavior, if you can improve the constraints to your business, then we can travel this journey. Business health and ethics, again, all your statutory requirements should be adhered to. All statutory requirements should be adhered to. Are you starting a project with environmental impact? Has NEMA said, go ahead? Are you allowed to do business in a municipality? Do you have a trading license? Do you have up-to-date records? Again, back to Registration Services Bureau, for example, are the people who you said are the directors and who can empower your business to borrow, who can give permission for the business to borrow, are they up to date? So again, that's key. All your statutory requirements should be up to date, they should be adhered with, lest we end up, funding something that has to be shut down. So we are very, very critical around this. So things like certain instances where we ask for tax clearance, there's a reason why. Because should there be any issue and agency notices are issued, that tax takes priority over the bank's lending. So we want you to be in good books with the Revenue Authority such that we don't give you money the day they sense money is on your account, they block it and our project fails to take off. So again, come, let us have this conversation. You have challenges with URA, they are our partners in this journey, and we can negotiate with them, and we can start to get your compliance in order. Some of you who are beneficiaries of the EU tourism intervention by the bank can attest to this. You had a sit down with URA, you scheduled your payments, or some were deferred, reconciliations were done, and you were then able to access our facility. So it is not about being scared, about complying. Come, let's have a conversation, let's interact with our other partners and see how we can help you. Quickly moving on, your contribution. We need to gauge your commitment to this project. So what is it you bring? Would require your equity contribution from as low as 10% all the way to 60%, depending on the project's specifics or the level of risk we have assessed. So you should also come to the table with something and show us how we can build on that, unless you're a startup, and then we have to start that journey with you. So collateral considerations, other than equity considerations, what is acceptable? Again, I've spoken about land, buildings, contracts, provided we can find a way to structure correctly, stock that you might have, provided, again, it's tied into some sort of structured payment, or you're working with an entity that's willing to vouch for you. We have been able to fund such projects. We've been able to structure something that works so that if you don't have enough in terms of cash, you are able to access financing or a solution that will enable you execute the health of your business from time to time. You have to know, how is the money I invested doing? So again, would like some financial statements for at least 2 years. What you're proposing in terms of security, collateral for borrowing, and an estimation of that current value. In some instances, we might do a revaluation, but do you know how much your security or collateral is worth? Credit Reference Bureau records for existing borrowers, but even if you are going to borrow, it becomes a requirement that you register with the Credit Reference Bureau to enable you access financing. Then current historical offtake agreements, how do we assess how you've been performing? What kind of person are you? These speak to character. The performance risk might be assessed based on that. The volume of sales could be confirmed based on that. And again, we can understand some of the relationships you have with your suppliers and buyers and structure accordingly. Then statutory compliance, proof, NSSF, URA, these are a must in certain instances for existing businesses. And again, we will encourage you as your business grows to register with taxes, but NSSF, because it is not about how you only use individuals up to a certain point, but how are you taking care of their welfare post-retirement? Or when they're no longer able to help you, what have they prepared for themselves? So profiles of directors, key technical personnel. Monday, someone asked a question that, I am an engineer, but I want to start a clinic. Why can't you finance that? So again, those are two varying areas. So how are you going to deliver on your clinic as an engineer? Who are you hiring? What is their experience? What is their background? And how do we know what is the structure? Do you have the right people to manage the project? Do you have the right people to deliver on that mandate? So for special programs, like I'd mentioned, we had to reduce some of these requirements because their needs are not as complex as someone, say, in industry. So again, business registration records, details of who the owners are, their IDs to confirm that, bank statements or mobile money statements or SACCO statements for a few months will work. Loan statements where you have been borrowing, what's your repayment history like, what is your character like. Financial records, everyone, I'm sure, however small your business, you know what your assets are, you know how much you owe, you know how much you expect, you know how much you're going to spend. So if you can prepare something rough, where applicable, you will be helped on the bank side, but also if you have something, come with it, let's look at that. Projections, because you need to know how you're going to achieve and what you're going to achieve. Valuation report, if you have certain types of security, your CRB card, or the promise to register once we are in that process. But the key thing, as much as we have reduced on these requirements, it is important that we safeguard the capital that we have, the financial asset that we have, and we need to balance how we will manage the risk of untightening on one side with the sustainability of the business. What is the procedure? For those who are tech savvy, you could go online. There's a form online, or you could complete an application, or write it out, and submit it to our head office. With time, we're going to look into liaison offices at regional level, but you complete your application with, it will have a checklist for the documentation we spoke about to make sure that it is complete. You would submit this, and we start the evaluation process. So in some instances, you might be asked to submit additional information during the appraisal. So for example, you've said, I need machine X, Y, and Z from a supplier A, B, C. But on our part, we have a view. Maybe that supplier is not good enough, so we'll ask you, look for 2, 3, or verify, or you're saying this is the output of you want to produce, but your machine is limited to this. So there might be some questions. You will be asked to submit additional information just to enhance that or to help us better understand. After the assessment of those applications initially, they will be presented to a relevant management committee for certain amounts. Then over a certain limit, a board committee will also take a decision or take a view. Once a decision is taken, which decision is either to approve that loan, to defer it if we feel there's a little more work that needs to be done, or to decline. And this will be communicated to the applicant, and the reasons, justifications explained, and maybe a further discussion as to what can be done to make your application successful. So again, decisions are entirely at the discretion of the bank, but you will always be informed the basis of that decision. So on way forward, I think a lot of this was touched on yesterday, but the key thing is we want to look at how, through your project, we'll be able to deliver on an industrial strategy, an industrial policy. How will we start seeing your entities get into cottage industries, or your cottage industries grow into slightly larger industries, supporting the government's policy to industrialize? How do we also have a sustainable financial sector? Key things in here are how do we help you look at alternative ways of capital mobilization, not only limiting your opportunities to banks, but to equity or to participation and the like. So those are some of the thoughts, really, as we look at what we can do for you as UDB. And yeah, thank you very much. We'll be open to take some questions.
Thank you very much, Samuel, our colleague from UDB. Ahabo kugezaho kugira ngo twetegereze byanagamba professor ya offering, he gave an offer kugezaho kubirabamu mu bigambo bike, so that we are all on the same page. So thank you, Samuel, and I invite Professor Honorable Mshemeza to help with the interpretation.
Ngira murire kurungi umuramwa gw'umushijo gwo gwiyabaroho yanashomesa antekateka n'emihanda misya yo kutunga sente kandi okora zikozese nangwa yakwata bigambirwaho nyumwazyo ngo muri nkoromu twinemu emiringo yitukubasa kutamu sente zitu nk'ebyoburambuzi, ebyobuhingi n'okuriisa, ebyokukora za factory, nangwa n'okukozesa ebyoma ebisya ebi bakweta ebya karimagezi ebya computer. Yakwata bizibu ebiri mu kutunga sente n'okuzikozesa. Obumwe abantu abamwe tibakutunga sente, obumwe tibakutunga n'amagezi g'okukozesa sente ezo, nangwa n'okutebeekanisa za project zaabo ezi bakuba nibenda kukora. Yayoreka ngu omu UDB harimu sente, obaasa okutunga sente kuruga ahari miliyoni 50 kuruka ahari miliyoni 720. Kandi amagoba g'okuba nootamu n'amagoba marungi kuruga aha bucweka 10 kuhika aha bucweka 12 ahari 100. Konka woine business yawe ezenkye esente z'okutamu omu magoba nizishuma hansi, ninga wori group y'abakazi na n'emyeto noshanga obucweka bwaza hansi bw'okuba nootamu omu magoba. Kandi nabwe ebihandiiko ebi bakuba mbashaba nka ambassador oku yakishoborire hati tokyetaaga kuza kuhandiika ekitabo nobw'okuba oine ekihandiiko kikye kya page nk'ibiri nabwe nikiikirizibwa. Nangwa na hati batiiremu okuyambwa omusingo gw'okuba nonda kutaho nobw'okuba oine itaka ritiine ekyapa mbaasa okuyamba oku wakozesa itaka eryo kurukozesa nk'omusingo. Ninga woine ebintu nk'emotoka nobasa kugikozesa kutunga loan nangwa nobasa no kuyamba itaka ryawe ryarutakatirwe cyapa uko kubasa kurtere cyapa ningo ko kubasa guritaka ukarikozesa nk'umusingo yashobora ngo banki ya Uganda Development Bank and banka yanyu ni banka ya government ihandikirwa mu bihandiko ibiragiro bya government bikagitaho Minister wa Finance na jwekera government umushares ezo kandi banki ejo ndehebwe kitinisa rubo kuzo mu Africa yona ningo munsi yona banki ejo nehebwe kitinisa abako yatungire nebirabo habwo koraje abantu bagitamwe kitinisa kandi banki ejo ekatebwaho kugira ngo eyambo muntu wena umunya Uganda kureba wiyatunga amagara marungi abuka kutwantugamba development remanyiso bugwaje nabwe cheji banka no kureba ngo buri muntu yatunga obugwaje kandi yatunge sente ezakubasa kukozesa zikamuhereza ezinde sente konka banki eji ine ebichweke bye kugenderamo ninga mahande ye kwera mu sente tekufa kugira ngo ndehera fwa nerebe byo buhinji rebe ko kubasa kongeraho amano go buhinji eby'amakorro ebyo burambuzi ebyo kutungura entunguka y'abantu nk'ebyo kushoma kandi nangwerebana n'ibindi bintu ebikwata buri muntu nk'ebyo by'obuhangwa ebyo kukozesa za computer na no kumanya ngo eminyeto ni kikuru ogikwatireho mbweshe ebintu ebyo nibija kubikora bata abajungu bageta strategy wakozesa muhanda ki go kureba ngo ebintu ebyo byahikira kuko ikombi by'obuhinji no baso kuyambwa omukutunga ebyo kukozesa oba nondagura za tractor oba nonda kutunga esigo enungi oba nonda kugira enyamisho enungi ezikurebeka gye oba nonda kukozesa emihanda nkeyo kufuhira amizi oba waheza kusharura ebintu byawe kureba ngo tibyasisikara nangwa yahe cyo kurebera ngo nka Kenya bakanga ebichoro gitu aho kumwe ebichoro kuba kweza kubigesha umwe abantu babyanika umwitaka bitungamo obukoko mbwene kubyashikire Kenya babinga mbwene aho banka nebaso kwereza amagezi ukora akozese ebihingwa byaweza kubisharura nobaso kwiyamba omukugura za machine nangwa no kombeka za store eziba kweta warehouse avuga ko kuza kweta urumu Uganda oshanga za store tuzurumu ninga ninche zurumu ninga zimwe zurumu noshanga zitakora oshanga ziryaho zitakora nyo nangwa ndi akachiko ka tourism trade and industry parliament tubentwetorora tushanga zimwe za store ziryaho ngoko mu za Uganda za mubende zitakora mbwe nabo ningira bashikirire Uganda Development Bank kandi ombia za factory basokhereze sente zo gure byoma ebyo kuombeka nka za factory nkumbya amashomero basokhe sente kwenda kongera abizimbe byoyine kugure byoma bya laboratory by'abana bakushomeraho nangwa nombya amagara woyine nk'irwariro nubasokushanga bakhereze sente zo gura za machine kandi wo ryo mbyo mburambuzi nabwe mbasokhereze sente ezo kubasa kushanga katugire ngo wabo oryanyanja kugura nk'eryato ibayeta transport facility ninga kuombeka oburaro ubw'abantu barararemo mwe ntatuwo ryo mu business y'ibyo burambuzi kukundebereho na reborukaro natugambira undoshutarya anyanje je yamburo hatumwa rukaro wazayo nibija kwereze sente zo kugura eryato kurambuza abantu anyanja ya mburo ninga kongera abizimbe byawe ebya hoteli hate kibaza kukitabato mu nkora bine za roni eziba kwereza kuruga myaka ena kuhika myaka 15 kandi muri yecho no waso kutunga n'emyaka 3 eba yeta grace bataka kwihiraho sente nyingi kugira ngo umwe nikaturebe roni yawe uko era bene yokora bino mbahereza mwe sente zo kugura ibyoma kandi mwaba muri nkabahinji mwine za group kuruga abantu 50 kuhika abantu 800 mwetebekaniso mu society omu cooperative society ninga mwine company aho no basokutunga sente ezo kugura ibintu byo kukosa nk'abahingi okwombeka stoha ninga kugura za mashine zo mukuba n'umwenda mwaba mu group yo kuruga abantu 50 kuhika 800 basokhereza capital word yo mushubuzi wanonda kushubura katuje ngo noshubura nk'ebichori ninga noshubura nk'ebihimba ebakweta bulk purchase produce mbwe hatu wanonde sente zo kushubura ebihimba kushubura za simisimu hata aho sente nozitunga ninga wanonda kukora project konka project ejo eino kuba netebana na engenderwaho yihanga ebakweta development plan yihanga na ebanke yorecherire kora mbwenu wanonda kukora project nayo no bakuyamba okwakubasa kugikora yuwe kitekateko konke kitekateko cyo tucyakagire mu nkora hatu bakwereza aha sente zabo kandi hatu bakuyamba ekitekateko cyawe kora kite omu bihandiko kuhikaho rize kutungire sente kandi nkaba mwabataka tungire za businesses ziryo mu bihandiko noshanga omuntu nokoraho oyino mudara to registered torchi mbwe nabo babete informal sector nyekorera kange hatabo nabo mbakwereza amagezi kurgo muryeriye nkore yorumu etine bihandiko okazo mu nkore ya business eine bihandiko erukhereze mshoro ejo niyo bayeta ngo business advisory service bakwereza amagezi kandi hariho nabandi abo kwenda kutandika za business eba kubasa kuhereza loan kuruga miliyoni 50 ka biliyoni 5 mu myaka 5 kandi umuryecho ekikwetaga na security ninge musingo nobasokoze endagano yitaka nobasokoza echapa nobasokoze motoka ningogera abantu abakwemerera abayita guarantees okaro mushawa maninka Mr. Kabushenga inizina na amanywa akakusayiningiraho hatogwe bamweta guarantee ningo kare professor nkanye member parliament nkakutera ho mukono hatu nono mbangani sachi ogwe bamweta guarantee mbwene guarantee ogwe abantu bamanyangu nesente zakurema hino kwara kuyambe ejo na yini security bajeta guarantees kandi bankeji eine experience ninga enkora yayo ebintu ebine bimanyat kugira ngo eriyo nekwata banka yayo reka ngo yo yayambere za group zikushika 100 kandi yaherize billion 50 umbanta bakurisa umbanta bine abo kwinga ebihingwe ebye rumuza oil abantu abo kwinga omwani abantu abo kwinga ebitoke kandi banka yayambere abahinji bo kushika emitwaro 8 80,000 farmer beneficiaries yaheriza abantu kuka emitwaro 8 mbweshi omuntu orukuza kuyambwa nabayinde bintu naba nakora ataninga ubwa mushija bwe mbabura buta baza kugira ngo wiwe oshemeye kuyambwa n'uburyota ecyo kubanza ebintu byo kwenda gukora mu business yawe na investment bishemeye kuba nebitebana na banki bye kwenda bikorwe ecya kabiri oshemeye kuba ohandikirwe or registered company yawe ninga group yawe eshemeye kuba yihandikise ecya kashatu nibareba business yawe ne ya muringoki ni business eri kutandika ninga ni business etwireho is it beginning ne kutandika ninga etwireho ecya kana business yawe ji nebaso kugira mu amagoba ninga teine magoba habo kuba ekintu cyowaza kutandika uriyo notomera ninga nkibaso kugira mu muramwa kirigemu ecya katano character yiwo muntu wo kutandika business ningi imwe abantu abariyo nubahagira business eji mu rubantu ki muri abanyaji ninga numushashura abako ari omuntu ori kugenda akazo musakweja kariyeji akatoro kakazambarira akarya iyo ibanja akihokwe sente akashashuroku mbwenu bakucumintiriza bareba ngo uri omunyagi hata aho nibakwererekerera kunka ko kuba uri omuntu murungi bakumanya ngo uri omuntu orikushashura na nakyaro nibakumanya naho kukorera nibakumanya hata ekyo nakyo nibakirebaho ekyamukaaga nibareba bizinesi yawe negendera amateeka eine rainsisi kubera ori omushubuzi oshashura rainsisi kashe emishoro ya gavumenti oragishashwireho bareba emishoro yawe oragishashwire ninga tokagishashuraga ekyamushanju imwe nkabakama ba bizinesi ninga ba gurupu mwaza kuteekaho ki hati iwe nonda bakwe sente iwe tokwenda kutaho akantu ari oku omukyaro obu tukuba tushaba abantu ngu bataho omusaako okimugire oti noshashura 4,000 hajya tukazaba nyingi mbweshe omuntu owaremwa kushashura 4,000 nogira ngu naja kubaasa roni ya miliyoni mbwenu nibareba iwe waza kuteekaho ki nobaasa kuteekaho ebicweka 10 kuhika aha bicweka nk'aga ahari 10 konka kurigirira project yawe y'okuza kukora konka oine okukitaho ekyamunaana nibareba iwe oine musingo ki ogu waza kuteekaho iwe nooza kuteekaho ki konka ekyo nikirigirira oba ni bizinesi ey'abamaani makye oba ni bizinesi ekukorwa ba yusi eminyeeto oba n'ey'abakazi mbwenu aho nikirigirira baza kushaba omusingo nabwe nibareeba kurigirira okwori ekyamwenda hariho za gurupu ez'okureeba ngu ziri nka bazeeta ngu ezo ziri special ogira oti gurupu egi kurigirira okweri niho bakutandika konka mbwenu abantu aba nibenda kuyambwa hata abo nibaasa okureeba hoona shi biliyoni 50 noozibaasa konka mbwenu kora otakubaasa biliyoni 5 konka miliyoni 100 noozibaasa nahabwekyo bizinesi yawe egendera omuri ekyo yahereruka nahereruka ngu hariho ebihandiiko ebi bakushaba wanooza kushaba sente ekyokubanza imwe nka kampani ninga gurupu yanyu mwine ekihandiiko kikworeka nku mwagiire omu rukiiko mukiikirizana ngu mushabe sente mbweshku murabe mwine ekihandiiko nikigira ngu omu kuguza sente itwe ntwija kukoma ahari miliyoni 200 kashatuka oriyo nooshaba miliyoni 5 kandi ekihandiiko kukye nikigira ngu mukoma ahari miliyoni 200 kandi iwe okanooza kushaba miliyoni 5 hati bareba resolution ekimwashaziremu omu meeting yanyu general meeting mukashara muki ekindi ekihandiiko mbareba bizinesi yanyu eine plani eine plani kumanya ngu omwaka ogu mwenda kukora eki omwaka ogu mwenda kukora eki omu myaka 5 mwenda kukora eki plani mugiine nka bizinesi ekyakashatu nibareba ebihandiiko by'esente oku twenzikora omu myaka 2 ebihandiiko byanyu nibyoreka ki nibyoreka mushuma hansi muza ahaiguru esente muziibire muzikoziise ki mbwenu bakupima omu myaka 2 bareba bizinesi yawe ryeta ekyakana hati iwe security nonda kutayo ki oine ki ekyoriyo nogira oti mbwenu kuturere twatunga rono mu UDB ekyo nikyo twataho ngu nka security yitu nakyo ekyo bakireeba ekindi bareba za agreement ningashi okwikirizana okwokozerana n'abandi abotwire nokora nabo ebihandiiko byotwire nosayininga n'abandi byo nibigamba ki kasho oine obwamushaija obukworeka ngu nogendera amateeka kampuni yawe yaneshashura NSSF burize gishashura kashe bya URA biribita hati bareba omu bihandiiko byawe omu bwamushaija bwongoreka ngu otura noshashura emishoro ya URA ninga otura nonyaga ekindi bareba ba director bakama ba kampani bo nibantu ki bemerire bata ebihandiiko byabo biribita ba staff kampuni yawe ninga gurupu ba staff abo kukoramu ebihandiiko byabo biribita ninga bo batwire mbakozesa bata kore washaba biliyoni ba staff bawe obundi okushumba kwabo nokwamaani makye eze sente baza kuzibara bata hata aho bareba ebihandiiko ebyo konka bayoreka ngu bine special programs uva kureba ngu konka egi group kere nergo witushema hone ebi binde twashabe byona nebibasa mbwene kandi bino kugira ngu wabo business yawe ine bihandiko oine national identity card oine nobiko musako oine bihandiko byokoreka esente ko kuzikozesa omusako korobe notungaro no musako kandi barebe mu myaka 3 ebintu biribita mbwene aho nayo hariho program yo kureba ngu group seze zikurwa mu cyaro tubakugumiza munonga bakakushaba nk'ebya bakampara hati bareba kurigirira okoro ryo mu cyaro beno biko musako kandi tubaza kushaba za statement seza Stanbic na nahandi amuheru yayoreka ngu weza kwetebekanisa bine kibakweta checklist cyo kureberaho keha max ntwendeki utakatira application yawe niyo no yechebera echinchine echitinchine weza kwechebera application yawe ningo kushaba kwawe no kuherezayo ko kuherezayo bamba kushizman baso kushaba nebindi bihandiko baje nkurgira application yawe yathereza habara mweki ningo twongereki ecyo kibayita additional information derebe byona byaho ukushara muno kwa banka ejo niyo highest court of appeal banka niyo ine okusharamu ekyamuheru mbwene omushijo go kuyatushomesa ekikuru no kwetebekanisa kandi wowe no kugumirwa mu kwetebekanisa boni bijamba kuyamba okura yetebekanisa kandi bine sente ezaba magara make magara gayongeraho amagara mahango kurugirira ekiteekateko cyawe okukiri omushija nikwe yashomesa atyo nanye byo nikwe nabikwata mwebare munonga kumpuririza.
Webare mnonga honorable. Ntuzagumizamu rimanya presentation yabaho ubundi ntabasa kuba hari bibuzo bimwe kwenda kubuza, so ntwija kutunga a Q&A. For those who don't understand the language, we shall have a question and answer session to address some of the burning questions that you might have around the financing from UDB. But before we do that, allow me recognize the presence of the Bishop of Ankole Diocese, Dr. Sheldon Mwesugwa. You're welcome, my Lord Bishop. So at this juncture, allow me invite all. What we're going to do is have the team introduce themselves. We've come with a team of professionals, various professionals and competencies, various professions. So depending on the question that you'll ask, a member of staff will be able to address that concern. Ningashi twize na timu kurugom UDB, ninza kushaba all UDB staff please. Please come up for an introduction. Then woine chibuzo ntuza kutunga question and answer session. Tubabuze tutunge okumanyisubwa about UDB financing. So I'll ask you to introduce your names and what you do in the bank.
Good morning, everybody. Protocol observed. I'm called Were Area Funa, Investment Manager, Special Program, taking care of women financing, youth financing, and SME financing. Thank you.
Agandi basebo agandi banyabo. Amazina ganje ne banyeta Steven Kakonge, nyowe ninkora n'abalimi, agriculture manager.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Protocol observed. Raida Mutta, My name is Ivan Kisembo. I'm head project preparation, and we shall be very glad to see how to support you in packaging your projects. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Moshan Chiemba. I'm a senior internal auditor, and I'm very happy to be here with you today. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Protocol observed. My name is Taib Lubeka, and I'm the head of Treasury.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. My name is Sumin Namaganda Msinguzi, and I'm Manager Corporate Affairs at Uganda Development Bank. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Diana Okochono. I work on the Trade Finance and Working Capital Desk. If you need support with that, I'm open to answer your questions. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My name is Susan Nangwale. I'm the Manager, Equity Investments at Uganda Development Bank.
Muriro mutamwena, amazina ni Nsanzumwira Alexander Nsaba, kandi ni nkora mu department ya agriculture. Nituyamba abahingi n'abalimi okukora projects zabo kugira ngo zagye no misho kurungi. Mwe bari munonga.
So if you're a farmer or kuronda financing in the agriculture sector, ugonaja kubona kuyamba hamwe na kakonge.
Thank you. My name is Hosea Semakula Katamba, Investment Manager for Human Capital, that is Health and Education Services. I thank you.
Mubarebe faces zabo muzimanye, so that if you have any question in a particular sector, nanomtent wa mushanga na he can address the question.
Thank you. Good morning, all protocol observed. My name is Birunji Faith Mulondo. I am the Digital Communications Officer. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jovia Kozoa. I work with client relations. So if you need assistance with anything in that department or anything related to tourism, you can approach me.
Abantu mwena bija n'abatangira amazina nibanyeta Byamukama Andrew, ninkora na Uganda Development Bank, ninkora mu sector y'abakweta investments, ninkora nka investment officer y'abantu bende sente zo kuhinga kurisa amwe n'ebyo ujubi nacho bakweta fisheries. No basa kumpikaho tuganiremu then turebe nka UDB kutwakwa sente. Mwe bari munonga kandi nitwenda atwaruga hanu twamara kuruga hanu esente tuzine mwija bine projects zanyu mu agriculture tubaye sente. Nasigandi Andrew Byamukama. Mwe bari.
Good morning. I'm Wanume Mwima Ibrahim. I'm an investments officer for infrastructure, and we'll be glad to work with you all. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Lilian Apai. I work with records and management. Thank you.
I know some of us understand Luganda. Amanya gange bampita Barbara Kasekende. Luno olunaku lwakuna ku mulimu. And what I do is to help you understand how to get this funding. Gwe mulimu gwe ngenda okukola. Bye mutategeera, I will help you understand it so that the funding gets to you. I think it's the most exciting job in UDB. I'm very excited to be part of the crew. I cannot wait to start working with you and see you grow and thrive. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Akatumba Christopher. I'm in the transport unit, I'm representing some of my colleagues here. We are the people responsible for transporting most of the members you have seen here from places A to Z, wherever it's possible and necessary. Thank you.
Okay, I guess all of you know me. Yes, yeah. Apart from General Saleh, I am now the most senior general here. My name is General Andama. This general is in terms of money. So all your questions, I am the one in charge of the business for the bank. Direct investments, all your applications will have to come through me, and I apportion them. Therefore, all your questions here have to be directed to me, but I have field officers. So sometimes I'll say, Colonel Ivan Kisembos will be the one handling this question. So we are here for you, and we are also receiving your applications for those who are ready to do business with us. Thank you.
And my name is Joshua Alan Mwesiga. I work with the bank. I'm the Director of Strategy and Corporate Affairs. So before we go into the Q&A, I would just like to notify us all that Omjenyi Mukuru Werizoba, you are supposed to cover His Excellency the President, Konkaya Jrecherwa, he know we are Tumakumujrechera, who will be with us in a couple of moments. Ningashi, our guest of honor, His Excellency the President, will be represented. He has sent a representative who will join us later this afternoon to make the remarks on behalf of the President. Allow me also notify you that as part of this symposium, we will be signing different MOUs or Memoranda of Understanding with various business institutions within the Greater Ankole region to signify the launch of our collaboration with those institutions. We are truly intent on delivering impact in this region. So those organizations that are helping on that journey to deliver impactful development in the region, we will be happy to collaborate with them this afternoon. So tuzakuba signing ezo agoma barha later in the day. So now we're going to go into the Q&A. Kwa kuba hino muntu ayine chibuzo about accessing financing in the banking, ningashiye byashoborwa this morning, tuija kushaba because of COVID issues, of course, we will not be able to pass a mic all over the place. We will request that people walk up front and ask their questions. So Tuija Kushaba, I think we'll have 5 on each side, and my colleague Barbara will support on that. So I think we have, for starters, Happy Kakuru and Humphrey Muruhura, please come up front. Ntuza kushaba ngu mwijaho misho abakwenda kubuza ekibuzo. My colleague Barbara naija kukupikinga so that wejo buze ekibuzo. Hariho some students, I think 2 of them ababashabire kugira eki babuza, that is Happy Kakuru na Humphrey Muruhura. Nzabashaba mwijo misha. So please, okay. No, you will use the other one.
I needed just the Mbufu.
You can.
Okay. Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bonnie Chichoncho Kasheja Mutunji, currently farmer now. I'm here as a farmer. My question goes to, in reference to the presentation that we've just had. In regard to getting the money, I was trying to understand better. If I have land and I've presented as part of my, should I say collateral and everything, can that be part of the percentage that is my contribution? Can it be seen as contribution to the percentage that you talked about? Secondly, if you, they told me that you need a survey, a visibility study, and possibly at this moment, I don't have the cash at hand to do the visibility study. Would the bank support the visibility study for me? Are there procedures I can take to request the bank to support that visibility study? Thank you very much. Those are my few questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Bonnie.
Thank you very much. My name is Jane Karinjiri, Mrs. Ndahajire. I'm a business woman for the last 30 years, so 25. My company is Dumac Enterprises Limited. All what you presented here, it has all that. Naye, we are, first, it's a compliment. I thank UDB to come over and clear the air. Honestly, the name we have out here, as far as the UDB is, in the business sectors, it is different from what you have presented here. Quite different. Thank you for coming. Actually, the other picture has now been washed off, and we are now having a new picture on you. Because we have been knowing the UDB, it's impossible. You can't go there and get money. Though we are knowledgeable, we have information, there is money there for all the sectors you have mentioned, but it's inaccessible for simple people like us. So we said, let's leave UDB, let's go to our bankers, who actually bankers have helped us, though with the difficulties, with our 20% interest rates, 24 for all these years, we have done great things with difficulties because we can't access favorable and friendly funds because UDB can't be reached. Now we have known, we can reach you.
Thank you.
Now you have told us all this, how we can go about it, how we can approach you and you help us, but where do we find you? Do we go again through our commercial banks, which we have been using all these years, or we go straight to your online applications and we explain and we converse and you access, evaluate us? Where do we find you anyway?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Shall I clarify that? And true, UDB is your bank, Vincent Zanyu, so it's accessible to everyone.
Yes, good morning everyone. I'm happy that I'm part of UDB Bank because it is our bank. I'm Clever from Revival Radio, Ankole Diocese, and I thank the presentation that has been just finished. Government of Uganda has done what it takes to decentralize services closer to the people. Why is it that UDB is nowhere in this region? Or is it possible that we can get branches from different regions? And UDB Bank, do you give other financial institutions money so we access this money? And if so, from what? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Clever.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ankole Collins. A personal assistant of Honorable Kato Muhammad, MP Katerera. But on this case, I'm here to inquire and ask UDB if there is if there is any way that can make it possible for the young people, the youth, to access that loan at a rate that is subsidized, not like the general public. For example, you find these are young people, even the requirements you are talking about, the collateral security. These are young men who have just maybe graduated, or they have not even graduated, but they want to benefit from UDB. So how can they benefit from UDB? Yet they don't even have a title, they don't own any document, and those are the requirements you are talking about. And another thing, since you have come to Ankole, we are requesting as UDB, you can also get offices in Ankole so that we shall not need to only travel to Kampala to access you. Thank you very much. I will look forward for those responses. Thank you.
Councillor Muntia yabuze ekibuuzo ekindi, if you have a similar question, Muntia yakibuuze will provide that clarification. You may not need to repeat it.
Good morning all. My name is Godwin Tesje. I work for an organization that supports young people to start businesses. It's called Educate Uganda. So my issue goes to the general. We've been here for 2 days, and we are leaving and going back to Kampala. How are we going to track the people that are going to benefit from this program, so that 2-3 years from now, we can be able to come and say we had a symposium, and 100 people from Ankole have been able to access credit, and we are coming back to recruit more. Because it's one thing to come here, and it's the other that people will come and are not able to access this credit. Because we are not anywhere in Ankole, and we cannot get feedback from you. And we need accountability from each other. Okay. Or for you to come back and tell us, we came, we provided credit, but none of you was willing to take it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Godwin.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Richard Muhanji. I am the Managing Director of Muhanji Dairy Farm Limited. I'm a farmer, I'm a processor for the value addition on the side of dairy products. I also do import the embryos from Canada through Muhanji Embryo Transfer and Cattle Exporters Company, which is based in Canada. Now, number one, on the side of the loans which you want to give us, 12% on the side of the farmers. I think that is a bit high. You need to look into, probably bring it to at least 10 or 8. Because I have done farming for quite some time. The dependencies on season and what we go through as farmers need some little bit patience on the side of the funders, and also to understand the challenges we go through. So rates, look into that if it's possible. Like I've seen of recent, there's a loan of 10% for the COVID relief from Ministry of Finance through some sectors like Post Bank and Pride Finance, I think. I don't know if it's already with you.
Richard, we'll give clarification on that as well.
Okay. So 10% is my proposal. If you can help us and come to that, that will be okay. Number two, on the side of accessing financing, we, for example, like me who is in processing, in most cases, the challenge is accessing the equipment. I want to propose to UDB that if you can identify manufacturers of some of this equipment and bring them into the partnership picture so that farmers can access equipment instead of money, that probably model would work. Because sometimes you go into processes of acquiring money, then buying the equipment, which becomes a little bit, tedious. So if you can find those models, that could help us.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Can the other two presenters please just keep it to one question because we are running out of time? Yeah, thank you.
I first thank the moderator of today, and I also take a vote of thanks.
Please talk into the microphone, we can't hear
Yes.
you.
I also thank our President Yoweri Museveni for this program, and also I thank UDB. But me, I'm a professional herbalist and nutrition. Then my question is, where are the UDB offices in Imbalala? Then another question is that I wish we should have other offices or other training centers at sub-county levels.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, the moderator. I'm by names of Kakuru Happy from St. Joseph's Vocational School, Mbarara, and my consent is about one. So we as students, we commenced some business clubs, and really, when you compare the way how we are running our clubs, I don't know if we can get some support from UDB.
What kind of support are you looking for?
Financial support, because when you compare the way how we commenced and how the things are running, really our clubs are almost dissolving.
Okay.
Because we have some business projects like liquid soap making and mushroom project.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Egi niyo microphone y'abakiga ngufu kurungi hati naninyenda ngunshoborereho kakye eshonga y'esente za gavumenti eziriyo negabira abantu tikugira ngu nebagabira kwonka hati esente n'ez'emiringo ena 4 types of financial interventions. Permanent Secretary wa Finance ariyo naija araza kubashobororera kunganye nareba ngu nantabagambire you will be misled into thinking ngwe sente zona ezimuli kuronda owakagari nanowe motoka bona bazo mu UDB. No, eza UDB nezabakabushinga ni mutumanya mbwenu hey mutero mungara okite hati leka nshoborore bati hariho abantu mwenu people aba OWC ni bakimanya hariho yabakweta 35 Pamela, is it 35 or 39%? 39%. Hariho abantu abaryo mu 39% tibine ekibine na busha bona bahansi de nabahansi munonga tibine ekibine esente zabo ziraza kwija mu parish model ezo sente general eziyabera ali kugambanye mwazo 79 billion zanyu zikuza ahamuruka hati ezo nezanyu kwa wino rutoche kanke mweningi ibiri wene emiyembe entekisha tu okwenu yoraze za UDB to kuzibasa zigumire hazeho grupu ya kabiri nabo bino busente buke konka bari mu bina byanankeji bya sakoze tuko kandi barakora emerumu abantu bari kumanya hati nk'abahesi abani konka bari mu sakoze ezo sente ziraza kuruga omumyoga zizo musako zanyu muze kuziguza okwe omu UDB ziri kora yo nokore katule mwe olyo musako y'abana nk'abasaruni bakutega n'akamashoke ezo sente omu UDB ziriyo ziro mu myoga kandi mwazo mu myuga mugendera mu group yanyu musako tokaza yowe kangu bazikwa izo nazo interest rates yazo ninje haro group ya kashatu oine business yawe oine company no basa oine accounts no manya kuhandika sente zawe no biko banka urashashura URA byona ngwenu nko ku business yoni ebaga nko weduka ninga bamwe bakuguza mate konka intasya yawe ninki teri impango kai urasa kuba uguzireho akamotoka ka promote chini funga abo kuba na waza ha UDB wija na premo barakureba reba so ezo sente ziriyo mu post bank na nezindi banka government ezitireyo urasa kuguza kwisya hari miliyoni 100 mwanye tegereza you can borrow up to 100 million. That money is being disbursed through banks, commercial banks, post bank, microfinance, housing finance. Biona bon muze kubabuza sente za government is interest is it 12 or 10 something like that. But you can only borrow up to 100 million, but you must have all the papers and show that you're a registered business. Then a group yakana nitwe mbwenu bakabushenga nyowe barya Bruce Aditi mwatulira mbwenu ora mwaza mu banka uragenda ne motoka yawe madamu ejeneye abandi nabo bije mwe namugire kusayininga cyeco hati okwe twazayo mureke kusheka je ndiyo nimbagambira maze bati mwashe hatokwe no basa kuguza kuruga hari miliyoni 100 kwikalizinga mpaka bilioni 50 bari mwaturi kukuturasha nito turi kuzibasezo so mbwenu woyina bizibu utarasa kubimarira muri miliyoni 100 then uje tugendane kukazazira kwera muri miliyoni 10 oze mu post bank woleda miliyoni 2 oze mu myoga we mitwali 10 oshumoze nkahe mu parish mod tinabashoborera muterere mu ngaro
kansha betu gache tuterere mu mukabushengo mu ngaro abo clarifying ekintu eki but just to give his remarks a little more context sorry. Thank you, Mr. Kabushenga, for clarifying that. But just to give this a little more context, there are some specific details that the UDB team will, some other insights the UDB team will give. Konka ebimwe bikuchira Mwam Kabushenga yabishobora around what types of businesses go to UDB. I can't go there for a border loan. There's someone for that. We also have other partners. In agriculture, we have partners from Bank of Uganda who will explain the agricultural credit facility as well as the Small Business Recovery Fund, which Mr. Kabushenga has clarified. Ebindi, let me invite my team if there's one or two things to say. But let me also say, Buriomweni Njaya Tunga, this pamphlet, if you haven't, you can pass by the UDB tent. It clarifies the entire offering of the bank, all the requirements, the application procedure and KYC requirements, the checklist for you to access funding in the bank. So we shall not go into details of each, but there is very helpful information here. And if anything is unclear, you may please pass by the stall to get additional information. So Andama, you may address.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions and for the clarifications. You know, Robert Kapsenga is very intelligent. He decided to speak in Luchiga or in Ankole. And he knows that this morning Dr. Pamela taught me some very good words. So I'm just trying to put some few things into those perspectives because I don't want also to have problems with Dr. Pamela. In the morning when we are there walking, saying, how are you going to support my Matoke farmers, my farmers who only have 1 acre and so on and so on. Does it mean that we can't get support from UDB and so on? Just to bring some few aspects here. We indeed, in addition to the big players like Robert Kapsengas and so on, we have also provided some package for our smallholder people, for small borrowers. So what happens is that if you're a farmer and you only have maybe 1 acre, or you're in a group in a particular sub-county, what we do is we have a specific product for you called farmer groups model or cooperatives. So it is true that if you come as an individual, as a Robert, only wanting maybe 5 million or 2 million, it is difficult to support you like that, but we ask you to come together. All the farmer groups who deal, for example, in Matoke and they are in Singiro, in Kaberebere, what is that village? Kaberebere? Kaberebere village. At least if you are 50 of you, and each one of you has only 1 acre and so on, so we ask you to come together. You form kind of a cooperative, or you form an association, you register. So you come as an association, as a cooperative to apply to UDB. So all your requirements as association could be like a 500 million, could be like 1 billion. So we give you 1 billion through your association, and the association can now give the monies to you, the individual small borrowers. Maybe each one will get only 500,000 or 100,000 and so on. And that association will be the one collecting. You don't even need to come to UDB. It is the association leaders who will collect the loan repayments from you and they remit to us. So that category of the small people, we actually cater for them in that kind of arrangement. So we are not leaving you completely out in that aspect. But also, as our director credit explained, could have explained to you this morning, we have again narrowed down. There are those specific requirements for our small people. You can actually borrow as low as 50 million. We have made the requirements very simple. It caters for, especially for youth, the youth who were asking questions here. It caters for youth who want to venture into businesses. It caters for women who want to venture into businesses. It caters for small businesses, the SMEs and so on. So you can actually borrow as low as 50 million. And we have a lot of these women groups. Where is our woman who comes from Kaberebere, who is in charge of smallholder? Manyakabi, yeah, she's there. So you can see that's one of the clients that we really support. So a few things here. A couple of the questions that you have raised, beginning with the Bonnie. Bonnie says, I'm sure Director Credit said, when you want to borrow, you also have to contribute some part of equity. He says, if he has a land, can the land be considered as a part of equity? Yes, that land can be considered as part of your contribution to the business as part of equity. Do we support feasibility study and so on? Yes, we support feasibility studies. We have a gentleman there called Ivan Kisembo. You may stand up. but also we have our head of business advisory services, your MC who is there. So if you really have a project and the project requires a feasibility study, you may approach Ivan Kisembo after here, who should be able to tell you the details. Your application, Jen, who has been a businesswoman for over 30 years, how can you access or apply to us? Is it online? Is it through commercial banks? So our business model, yes, through online you can apply. But secondly, we have relations managers who are all over. You can be able to pick their contacts who will actually come to you. Currently, we have one arrangement with the Post Bank that you can apply through Post Bank, particularly for the applications to be taken to us, to UDB. We, again, Clever asked about branches. A good number of you have asked for branches to be here in Ankole and so on. How can we be accessed? We are currently working on some arrangement so that UDB can have representative offices in every region. If all goes well, before the end of this year, you should be, if we have all the approvals, you should be able to have 1 or 2 or even up 4 offices at a regional level maybe. That's when you can be able to see us. But we are always available. The interest rates, you want interest rates of 8. We are coming from an interest rate of 16. Currently, we have between 10 to 12 for special programs. But you know interest rates has cost elements, so we are working on that. In near future, we should be able to see that the interest rates really come to affordable levels. Godwin, okay, this is the most important. How do we track the benefit of this symposium to our people? So what happens is that, as you know, UDB has a desk there. Since Monday, we have been registering prospective businesses across the region. So those businesses, we are taking them through our pipeline. But even then, after this symposium today, our team is going to come back and be able to follow up all this business in the 13 districts. So we shall be able to tell from this symposium, this is the number of businesses we got, this is how much we got, this is how much was approved, and this is how much was dispersed. So we should be able to get back to you about the benefits of this symposium. And this is the principal purpose of why we are doing these regional symposiums. Challenges of accessing the money, I am very sure Director Credit has explained to you. Business support for business clubs, especially at universities and so on. We will have to do something together with the business advisory services that could fall under incubation or innovation. And of course, we will look at them. We are also happy that we shall be signing an MOU with Bishop Stewart University this afternoon, and also Mbarara University. So those could be some of the aspects, especially to support our young university graduates who have those brilliant ideas and try to take them forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mahmoud. Thank you, Mahmoud. I believe the questions have been responded to, both by Mahmoud and Mr. Kamshenga. And I'll ask the UDB team to now take their leave. Like I mentioned, we have a stall there. In the event you have additional clarifications, please be able to reach the team. You may please take your leave. The tent is right as you get out of the exhibition space.
Josh, I'd like to also take this time to just introduce one of our partners as well. Post Bank, we have the branch manager and the business manager in the, yes, and the branch is right here in Barra.
All right. allow me invite Pamela, Madam Pamela Mbabazi, the chair of NPA, to invite our Lord Bishop to address the session.
And as she's coming up, there's something I have to mention about Dr. Mbabazi. Ladies and gentlemen, everything we do for Uganda to prosper, for us to thrive, this lady has everything to do with it. You've heard of the NDP3, okay, National Development Plan. All our programs as Uganda Development Bank, everything we are trying to do to make sure we inspire development in Uganda is because of the work of Dr. Mbabazi's office and the research they have done. If you need to know what you need to do, one, in regards to how your community needs to thrive, but two, sectors that organizations, development organizations like UDB will be able to fund, please get that document. It's online, it is free, you can print it, you can check it on your WhatsApp, I can send it to you, but let us get knowledge of those sectors that we need to play in for us to be able to grow our country, but most especially to grow Ankole region. Thank you. Dr. Mbabazi, darling, over to you.
Thank you so very much, Barbara. So it gives me really great pleasure to welcome and introduce our Lord Bishop Sheldon Mwesigwa, who's our bishop for Ankole Diocese, but also an academician, a friend, an amazing man of God. I don't want to waste time, so in a very special way, put your hands together for Bishop of Ankole Diocese, the Right Reverend Bishop Sheldon Mwesigwa. You have the podium, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor Pamela. Thank you for welcoming me well. And thank you, Honorable Dr. Rukari, MP, and for all the dignitaries who are gathered here. I think our guest of honor is not yet here. Operation Wealth Creation, led by General Salim Saleh. I had an opportunity to chat with him on Saturday, face to face. And thank you, UDB, and all key stakeholders. This is hastily put together. And I begin by appreciating this business forum, which has come to Mbara region. I give thanks to God for UDB and Operation Wealth. They were kind enough to have a team to come and visit me in my office, and we had a chat. Peter and his colleague, and we are so excited to have them. Ankole Diocese is a diocese, one of the 37 dioceses of Province of Church of Uganda. Our vision, a transformed and prosperous church that glorifies God. The mission, empowering people of God for holistic development through the Great Commission. And we have about 26,000 households and about 200 Christians. We used to be a big diocese, and we have now gotten it to that level, but still it is so big. Sometimes I have too many programs and I say, but I thought we gave away South Ankole, we gave away North Ankole, we gave away. But what I have is too much. But of course, what makes it too much is the concentration of other activities other than the preaching of the word. When most people see a man of God, they think of the Bible and the prayer book. You may be surprised. Ankole Diocese directly and indirectly employs about 7,000 people who are in our different institutions, including churches. Yesterday I was not able to come because I had an engagement with one of our schools, Kashaka Girls, and this school is government aided, grant aided, but it doesn't have a single building structure from government, not one. It has 900 students. So government pays the workers, of course, some of them anyway. So you can see all that is the effort of church. These 7,000 workers are many. Every year, my finance officer is here, very young man. I have young men. I'm the oldest. I'm making 60 this year. Stand up. Sweden is about 32, 35. Yeah, around. Every year we pay 150 million to Uganda government in taxes as Ankole diocese. It can be verified. We pay as you earn, even our workers, our church workers, NSSF, URA, and all those. We remit, we are compliant. We have institutions which include a SACCO, which now has an asset base of about 12 billion Uganda shillings, made in the last 8 years. Last year we made a profit of 2 billion Uganda shillings, and we are only operating here. Those in Kampala, we are inviting you to Sheraton on 10th March. We have a big do there to also operate and recruit more people to join us. The university you have heard, which is going to make a memorandum of association. We have 5,000 students there, and this university is one of the leading universities in this region. And 2 years ago, in Ghana, out of 125 universities, it was the lead university in Reform. It is an incubation hub for ideas. The students are so good, we are practical oriented. It was the leading university out of 125 universities in Africa, not in Uganda. Anyway, we don't have 125 enough in Uganda. As regards agriculture, we have planted 122 acres of coffee on church land. And we have planted 138 acres of coffee in households. 138 acres of coffee in households. We are targeting 400 acres at church land by 2023. And actually, in March this year, we need, and we have been looking around Operation Wealth. The other day was with Tofa, one of your soldiers, Geno. I met him in Kabingo, and we have Karogo. And we need 22,500 plantlets for March, this March. We don't have them yet. We need them for coffee. Having heard from UDB and Operation Wealth, we really expect support in terms of agricultural mechanization. By the way, we don't have a tractor. And tractors, I know, have been given, but sometimes in Uganda, people don't do research. You can give someone a tractor even when he has not even 1 acre. So we don't even have a tractor, but you can see what we are engaged in already. So we need to do value addition. And I think UDB, in that respect, can be able to help us get money, low cost, which we can work with all these other households through our church structure. The church structure is a very sophisticated structure. And it is very reliable, very dependable, and can produce results. Because we just make an alarm. Recently, through Church House, we have contributed 210 million Uganda shillings from our diocese of 200,000. So for mobilizing for development, if we got a processing machine for coffee, we would be able to add value, coordinate all these households, and would come up with something. Actually, we had some potential investors. They came to us, capital investments and the like, but later we were not able to click. We are doing vanilla. Simon my planning officer, another very young man, is much younger than even the other one. How old are you? 35. Hey, he's old. Vanilla, you didn't include it here. How many do we have? 200? Give him a microphone. The vanilla. I will tell you about the story of vanilla.
222 farmers. In the
222 farmers of vanilla. The story of vanilla goes like this. There is a Muzungu man who came to work for the diocese. When he came, after his term expired, he didn't go back to Europe. I asked him, why didn't you go back? What is the issue? He said, I'm doing some evangelism around. I've started some goat herding. I've started. Okay, we left it at that. Fast forward. Later, when I'm having a chat with him, he really reveals a story. He says, there is vanilla growing, which is lucrative. It is in Uganda. How many minutes? 2 or 1? Okay, I'll do it, no problem. Let me leave it out. But the vanilla, I went to Uganda. I was surprised to find people who are bathing in money in Uganda, in vanilla. Unbelievable. Uneducated guys, except many of them were involved in, they are not being helped in morals. One of them, I was told a story, who bought a prostitute at 1 million Uganda shillings. Yes, because they are bathing in money, they have not been helped. He put up powerful houses, bought cars in Uganda there, vanilla. So I said, oh, in church we can get this also. So we started. Personally, I have 2 acres of vanilla and 4,000 trees. Pray for me. Are you going to pray for me? Yeah, pray for me. You know what that can mean. So in conclusion, health, coffee processing, health, we have a hospital and about 6 health centers. Can't UDB donate an X-ray machine of 200 million? I'm wondering. But also you can give us low-cost loans, and then we put up some infrastructure, and then we assist people. Because through our hospitals, they campaign for COVID. If you do an assessment, Ugandans don't do assessment. At least Dr. Barije has told me that he has appreciated, we as Ankole Diocese, the effort we put in trying to address the issue of COVID-19. And at least on that front, we appreciate. So I pray and hope that support can be given for financing of some infrastructure. But otherwise, we are so much involved in holistic development. It is not only preaching, it is not only the prayer book. Many of you get us wrong. May the Lord God bless you.
Amen and amen. Ladies and gentlemen, honestly, another round of applause for this wonderful man of the Lord. I was just talking to Dr. Mbabazi, and I was like, yes, the church is organized. That is where we need to start. When you have such an organized church, why wouldn't you thrive? And as of today, we're definitely going to try and ensure, as UDB, we walk this journey with you. Thank you for putting those statistics forward. We would not have known them. But you're on ground with the people. You know what is important. We thank you very much for that. Without further ado, we are definitely going to go to the next stage in our program with a regulatory body that I know you all need to hear from, URA. But before we do that, for the people in the stalls out there, we have brought you lovely investors. Are there people with stalls on the floor today? No? By the time you are actually having a stall out there, we can't bring you stalls and not bring you people to see what you do and to see how best we can invest in your business. Not so. So without ruining this, I'll call Honorable Rokari to just give us a few, just a few of what they're going to do, and then they're coming to visit the stall. So if you have a stall, do not miss this opportunity for the guests we have in the house today to come and see how they can partner with you. Opportunity comes but once in a lifetime.
Thank you so much, my Lord Bishop, dear guests. I will address myself to what our guide has said, introduce our guests. These are serious business people. They've only come here to do one thing, to see our products, and they travel back. The general, the chief convener, yesterday guided us that his category of people don't have time to waste, and that's unfortunate. His class, he didn't find it in Greater Ankole. Now, he has specifically sent a delegation who understand his language, and I will introduce them. It's a team of investors, the owners of Mbare Industrial Park, led by the Managing Director, Michael. Please stand up for recognition. The Deputy Managing Director, Sean Lee, and their team. They have come here. We are taking them to the stores to see what kind of things we do and how they can help us. And with those many words, allow me take them with a few people. They see what we do and they go back. In the meantime, allow me introduce my colleagues who are here, members of parliament from Greater Ankole. I will start with Honorable Mshemeza. Stand up for recognition. We were here with him yesterday. Representing Shema, what? South. The next is Honorable Julius, representing Rwampara East. The other one is our Honorable Member of Parliament, representing Nyawushozi County. Honorable Kalvenje, please stand up for recognition. I hope I haven't missed any other member of Parliament who might be here. With those few words, allow me take this delegation and we proceed with our program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Can I just have a small music interlude as our guests head out to the stalls? Ladies and gentlemen, if you have a booth, you're displaying something, opportunity comes but once in a lifetime. Use this chance to go and showcase what beauty you have here in Ankole region.
It's not about the colors on the surface. It goes beyond the land that I have trodden. It goes before me everywhere I go. It's in the way I live and walk and talk. It's the spirit of a nation, it is leaving.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't have a stall, please remain in the... Guys, can I have the music down? Thank you so much. If you don't have a stall, you don't have to go, actually, because we are continuing with our presentations. And honestly, this next presentation is one that is very critical because we are getting that from URA, Uganda Revenue Authority. So if you do not need to be in the stall, kindly, we are not going to repeat this. We are going to go ahead and present that. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we get on with the presentations. This next presentation is practically exciting for me because most of the questions I have gotten in my career, especially when we are doing SME business guidance, is ne government etutwalako senti. It is a lot of money. Even me as an employee,
money, they take away our money. But this is the time to understand why URA, Uganda Revenue Authority, is very critical when we are talking about business, when we are talking about the economy, when we are talking about a sustainable country, a country that can sustain itself. This is how critical URA is. So without further ado, I will invite the Commissioner for Legal Services, Mrs. Patience Rubagumya, and she will give us the details of this and how we should go about it. And also kill the myths that government at Twalako said. It doesn't. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Barbara. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to first of all thank UDB for giving URA an opportunity to make a presentation here. My name is Patience Tumsime Rubagumya. I am the Commissioner for Legal Services and Border Affairs at Uganda Revenue Authority. For those of you who have been here this morning, you will appreciate that tax is very critical in terms of the business of a UDB. They have told you, the director said, one of the things that they look at is tax compliance. So even as we prepare to go to UDB and get a loan, it is important to know what some of the obligations are in terms of a tax. It is important for you to know where you come in or what you need to know in terms of moving forward. You do not want to have all the obligations, and then when you go to UDB, it is just the tax element which is missing. But like Director said, we are working also with the UDB to make sure that people who want to access the loans, we are able to help them. And that means having a lot of discussions with the taxpayer, having discussions with the UDB to make sure that the tax compliance is one of the conditions that indeed are fulfilled. So I'll just talk a little bit about the URA. I'm sure everybody knows Uganda Revenue Authority. Like Barbara said, we are accused many times of taking money. But we need this money for the country to develop, who must be able to collect sufficient revenue that is going to enable the government to deliver service to the people. And the taxes that we collect, it is always a fraction of what you're earning. If you do not have any income, there is no way URA is actually going to tax you. So one of our primary objectives indeed is to collect revenue for the nation. But we also have a mandate of advising the Minister of Finance in terms of other policy measures. And this is very critical. Like right now, we're in the budget process. We come out and we listen to the people. We listen to some of the areas where we are struggling, where they would want us indeed to make some adjustments in the law. And this is where Uganda Revenue Authority as well plays a critical role. So in terms of the general taxes that we administer, maybe just to run through them, I'm sure you know them, but I will just run through them. Under what we call domestic taxes, these are your taxes like income tax, the value added tax, the excise duty, and things like stamp duty. But we also have, when you're bringing in items, these are taxes at importation. So those are the two main areas, the two broad angles where indeed we collect revenue. One on the custom side, if you're bringing in imports, and then domestic taxes front. So in doing that, what have we decided as the URA to focus on? There are a number of areas that we have said, for us to be able to deliver our mandate, this is what we are going to focus on. And through the presentation, you will be able to see some of these areas. But most importantly, we have said that we are going to put the stakeholder, we are going to put even the client at the forefront. What does that mean? It means that we must be able to simplify our processes to be able to deliver a good service. Like you've heard in the morning, Ambassador from Uganda Registration Services Bureau, Ambassador Butajera said, you just need one day now to get the registration. We are working closely to be able to get to that mark. Even at Uganda Revenue Authority now, to get a TIN, if you have your national identification number. It only takes you a day. So we have also made improvements in that area. And we are continuing to work with partners in government to be able to make sure that our services are simple, they can be accessed anytime. So all our platforms, for those of you who deal with URA, we are online. So you can be able to file your returns at night. You can file your returns wherever you are, even outside the office. You do not necessarily have to come to our offices to be able to transact your business. So we have done to make sure that we bring our services closer to the people, that will make it very easy for them to be able to transact their business. We are also focusing on tax education. And why is that key? Tax education, we have realized that over the years, in as much as we've been around for 30 years, URA has been in existence for 30 years. But it is unfortunate as well that we still have a number of Ugandans who do not understand the basics of taxation. Because maybe the way I've been organizing our business, it is really at high level. So we have said that must change, and we must be on the ground to be able to address our people, to be able to listen to their needs, to be able to see how best we can serve them. So through the tax education now is that we are going to be coming to the ground. You do not necessarily have to travel all the way to the URA Tower in Nakawa in Kampala to be able to learn something. So we have all our offices spread out, but we'll also have the tax clinics. And these tax clinics are aimed at ensuring that we organize people in small groups of similar interests. For instance, if you're looking at the sector of agriculture, we need to be able to get people who are in that sector to understand what their concerns are, but also to explain what it is that they need us to address. So that is a change and a shift that we are making in terms of these businesses. But we also on the radios and the TVs, and these ones have been continuing. But also to the schools, we are also introducing the tax debates. And I'm sure very soon we'll be able to get to Mbara University and others. Because we realize that to be able to build a compliance culture, you need to be able to work with our students. They need to understand, why must I pay taxes? We need to move away from the notion that taxes are a burden to the community. So we are going to do that, and we'll work with the students at secondary level, university level, even at the primary level, to make sure that people indeed understand that when you're paying a tax, why should you pay? What is the cost of being compliant? And for those of you who are here, I am sure by now you understand why compliance is very key. To be able to build a business, to be able to get a loan from UDB, tax compliance is very key. And here we also thank our partners from UDB, because they have pulled out, we have had a number of partnerships, but for them they have highlighted the issue of taxation compliance at the forefront. And these are the kind of partners that we need to be able to move forward, because as URA, we cannot raise this money all by ourselves. We need everybody to plug in and play their role if we are going to develop our nation through the taxes that we do collect. In terms of payment, we have also simplified the payment platform. You can't even pay your taxes using mobile money. You can't pay online from any bank across the country. We have agreements with them, so just to make it easy. You can even use your Visa card to be able to transact. But we also have partnerships, like I've said, with the local governments. Local governments are also coming in very key because they are on the ground. They're able to understand, and they've helped us to increase the number of people that indeed that we have on our register. So in terms of moving forward, really, what I'm saying is that let's move together. Tax is something that is going to build our nation. We also run a campaign that says, my taxes work. Why did we start this campaign as URA? Because it was against the background that indeed many times would come to engagements like this, and the first question would be, but what do my taxes do? So we say, let's try and explain to the people that yes, when you go to the hospital, or when you're moving on a road that is tarmacked, that is all your taxes. So that people are able to see, indeed, when they pay this money, what happens to it, what is government able to do, and these are some of the things that we are going to be running with. But because this is an investment symposium, I thought I would also talk a little bit about incentives. If I can have the presentation up. Incentives are very key. In the past, there was a notion that incentives are only for foreigners. And we have said, no, we must dispel that because we now have incentives in the law and the conditions are a little bit different. The ones for citizens of Uganda, the conditions are a little late, they are lower than if you're a foreigner. But in these incentives as well, you will be able to see that government has been deliberate in making sure that certain sectors have been pulled out and highlighted. So even as you're getting your loan from UDB, it is important to understand where are those incentives that I can benefit from in terms of investment. And that is a very key question, because then you do not want to go into a sector that is not covered in the law and then say, this tax is actually killing my business. So government has sat and said, these are key areas that we need to look at. These are key focus areas that we, if we are going to develop our nation, we need to be able to move forward. So I'm going to take you through what are some of the areas indeed that we have. So the mandate, I've already talked about that. Let me have the presentation for incentives. This is not the one. So as they're getting the Richard, can you make sure you get the presentation on incentives, the one that we sent? Okay, as they are doing that to get the presentation, it is important, like I said, what are some of those sectors that we are focusing on to make sure that indeed there is good value, or that people are able to know where these incentives are. Number one is agriculture. Value addition, because as you all know, this is, we have good weather. Agriculture is one of those sectors that indeed does flourish. So we need, it is one of the areas that government has actually pulled out and said, if you come and invest in this area for agriculture and you're adding some form of value, then there are certain incentives that you need, you'll benefit from, and you'll be able to see them. The other area is education. Education, building tertiary institutions, vocational institutions, those are all very key because government is looking at promoting indeed education in the entire country to make sure that we do have our people enlightened. Hospitality is another one. That is very key as well, because with hospitality, we need to make sure that we have a health system that is able to support our people when they fall ill. That also as well has been highlighted as one of those areas that is very key at a high level. Manufacturing, like our Honorable Robert Rukali said, he has brought some of these investors. These investors are indeed making a lot of progress in Mbale. So manufacturing is one of those areas that is the sector is contributing highest in terms of revenue collections. So we're also saying we are trying to promote investment in the manufacturing sector to make sure that we have good people indeed investing in that area. So for these investments now, okay, yes, this is a presentation. So I was just talking about and I need you to understand or to just look through these strategic sectors. And it falls in line with the presentation that we also had earlier from UDB. So actually when I looked at what Samuel was presenting, I said, yes, as government, we are speaking with one voice. Because the sectors which they're focusing on are the same that have been included in the tax laws for purposes of providing incentives. So like I said, agriculture, as you can see, highly on the agenda. It is one of those areas that indeed government has focused on and said, if you're going to come and invest in agriculture, there are incentives that you can benefit from for taxes. Hotel and tourism, yes, this is another area government is promoting. We are trying to attract investment in this area because we have a number of sites within the country. So we are promoting the country and making sure people who come to invest in this area for tourism also have incentives. Then of course, construction. Construction is very key for a country to develop. You must have a good, you must have incentives for that. And that is also working through. Health and medical, I had also talked about that. So these are tax incentives which I'm going to run through now, which I've been talking about. So number one, what you need to know is that these are the key sectors that we have, which I've highlighted. So if you come and invest in these key sectors, what are those incentives that you're going to get? Or what, when I use the word incentives, you can interchange it for benefits, really. Why should you come and say, I'm going to invest in this area? There has to be something in it for you from a taxation perspective. One, the biggest one that you have is that you're going to have an income tax holiday for 10 years. So meaning that if you come and invest in these sectors, for 10 years, you will not pay income tax. And taxes, as you all know who are in business, it is a big cost really in terms of the business. So when you come and you're able to get an incentive, that is something that you should bear at the back of your mind. But we have segregated them into people who are going to invest in industrial parks or free zones, but also for citizens and for non-citizens. And this is what I was talking about, that the law has now made a distinction between a foreigner and us, the Ugandans, and said, no, let's have differences in the way the laws are structured. And this came from a cry where indeed a lot of these incentives were primarily being enjoyed by the foreigners. So even now, as Ugandans, we can still invest and be able to benefit from that. So these are the other areas also, in addition to if you invest in these, what you can actually benefit from. If you're in the business of logistics and warehousing, that is also very key. And these are mainly warehousing as well is picking up very fast. The other area is information technology. That as well is very key because for us to be able to move forward, we need an IT infrastructure that is very good. The second area which is very key for Ankole region is commercial farming. We are promoting, you've heard the president talk about investment, making sure that we change the way we do our business in agriculture. So commercial farming as well has been highlighted as one of those areas that is very key. So now these are the conditions. For you to be able to benefit from that tax holiday of 10 years, what must you do? One is, of course, the investment, that capital that you need to invest in. How much money are you bringing in? So we'll be able to look at your books and say, for this business, this is how much you're injecting in. So those are the amounts, as you can see on the screen. If you're the foreigner, that is 10 million, which is slightly high, or 300,000 for the citizens. However, there's also a provision that if you're going to invest up country, and this is one of the new introductions that were made, and said, yes, it is not enough to simply say you're going to invest. We need to attract investors to be able to go out of Kampala, to go out of Jinja, and come to places like Mbara. We also need to be able to see investment in this area. So we have said that now if you're coming to invest and you're a citizen and you're coming to an area like Ankole, all you need is 150,000 US dollars. And that is what has been provided. But also there are two conditions now. So there is the capital, those are the amounts. There are two other conditions that you must be able to fulfill. One of them is the use of the local raw materials. Why is that important? We also say that, for instance, if you're coming to invest in an area and then you have local inputs around, do not go for importation. Why don't you use the products that you have here? And that is the other area to say now. For all these incentives running through, those are two things that you must be able to know, that you must be able to demonstrate that you're going to use, because you want the people in the neighborhood as well to be able to get an advantage. That if a factory has been put in Kacheka, the surrounding areas as well need to see a benefit, and that is also tagged to the investment. The other second area that you need to know as well is that you must employ the local citizens. At least your wage bill should be about 70%. So even that now is targeting at employing at the locals that we have, because it's a big, as you all know, a big problem in terms of our people not being employed. So we have said, yes, come and invest, but make a commitment that you are going to employ the people who are citizens of Uganda. And when you talk about citizens, we're actually looking at EAC now. We have expanded the scope, so you're looking at all the EAC countries. So moving on quickly, I see Barbara is warning me. Export promotion, that is the other incentive that we have, because the country is promoting exports as well. If you export 80% of your production, then you get that tax holiday for 10 years. And that is applied for, you apply it to the URA, and we shall be able to give you that certificate for the incentive. There are also other benefits. This is mainly for the petroleum sector. I'll probably not run through these. So VAT, it is the same thing now. So these incentives that I've talked about now, the conditions are the same, the areas are the same. So you'll get that 10-year exemption, but also in addition, you will be exempted from value-added tax. So these are the costs that will be involved for VAT purposes when you're making an investment. As well, the amounts are stated. The other requirements are the same, the raw materials and the employment of the citizens. So as well, VAT, apart from what we have, there are also other areas where you have incentives if you're operating in these areas. One, of course, like I say, is medicine. If you're in any production of a medicine, medicinal value is something that we are promoting in the country. So there are all these incentives that we'll be able to give to an investor that is in this area to make sure that indeed we ease the operations. Deemed VAT, that is also a cost which has been taken off, mainly from our investors who are in the oil and gas sector. As a country, we had to make some concessions to be able to attract investors who are coming in the oil and gas field to be able to take this production moving forward. So even for those contractors, we do not have any VAT in terms of their operations. Stamp duty as well, these are instruments that have to be registered. So once you invest in these areas which I've talked about, ideally even stamp duty, you basically have nothing to pay. So what you can take away from this is that all you need to know, these are the strategic sectors. Maybe to just summarize these incentives. You have the strategic sectors. Once you're in there, you'll be exempted from income tax, you'll be exempted from stamp duty, even the excise duty, that as well, there are no investments. Barbara, I'm about to finish. So when we move to when you're importing some of these inputs, because we understand in making your business, there are certain raw materials that you'll have to import. So this is a list as well that when you bring in these items, which are also largely, it is mainly for, if you're looking at the steel products, if you're looking at all these inputs for supplements, for food, inputs for medicine, all these are areas that you'll know that as government, they have made that decision that they will support these. And government has deliberately said, yes, we shall forego the revenue. And this is maybe the other question and say, why would government give all these incentives? Yes, at the start, you will forego the revenue. Yes, we need the revenue, but ultimately what happens is that once you have these incentives, people will be able to pay. It's better if you had actually registered for today. So we encourage our people that, yes, we are here. Let's be able to understand you if you have any questions, but the most important thing is that let's get out of informality. Right now, we have about 51% informal sector. That is a big problem for us, really. But we are working with other government agencies to make sure that we come out and sensitize people like we are doing now, to encourage people to come and formalize their businesses. Because like Ambassador Butajera said, there are so many incentives that come through when you register or when you formalize your businesses. So we are appealing to you, let's work together. The process has been made easy. If you have your NIN, it is just a matter of a few days, just even one day, because then we have all that information. But of course now, we need to make sure that when we call out, when there are seminars, we also appeal to you, please come and be part of us. So finally, Barbara, I am done. First of all, I would like to thank you so much for the opportunity at UDB, for making sure that we are here, we are part of the program. We have a stall there. All this information that I've talked about, we actually have a lot of our booklets, and please do not leave them behind. We do not want to take them back to our offices. So just pass by, pick something. It has all the details about the incentives. It has details about registration. It has all the sectors. They have all been highlighted in the different books that we have. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for listening to me. Let's work together. Mr. Robert Kapshenga, you need supporters. You need to bring all the farmers. We need to make sure that we collect taxes to be able to take our country to another level. We believe as URA, it is not a simple journey, but it is a journey that is achievable. But it can only be done if you are partners indeed play your role, and that we work together as partners. For God and my country, I thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Patience. I know, ladies and gentlemen, information overload. Completely understand. But it's very, very critical for us to know why different government bodies do what they do. So for you to also better understand, please kindly go to the URA stall to give you more ideas on what taxation is all about, where exemptions are, and so on and so forth. Before we go to Bank of Uganda, I know we have a lot of farmers in the house today. Before Bank of Uganda comes to give us just a little bit of what they do under their agricultural credit facility, I would like to bring you another, what do we call them, an investor. So for all of you banana farmers, do I have banana farmers here? People who own banana plantations, these people are for you. Now, you know, yesterday we talked about we don't concentrate on marketing. Marketing is the last thing we concentrate about. We are good at production. We go, we plant, not knowing where the produce is going to go. Then we are stuck with produce. We do not know what to do after that. So I would like to introduce a group. It's called the MICA Group. They're exporters of a variety of commodities, get this, to Europe, USA, and Australia. Wouldn't I want my matoke to be somewhere in the US? And I am the one who's actually providing to that market. So they actually export fresh and dry matoke. I won't explain anymore because I'm not the technician here. And they're actually looking for people to provide that product. So I would like to ask MICA Group to come here and talk about 5 minutes. Anyone MICA Group, please kindly, for 5 minutes, tell these lovely people here that their matoke has ready market and you're ready to buy it. That is why we're here today. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, because of time, we cannot do question-answer sessions. We're going to kindly ask you to write your questions down. Please put down your name, how we can get a hold of you. The people are still here with question and answers to every presentation. MICA Group, you have 5 minutes, eh? Yes. We are going to wrap, but we need to make sure that our people know exactly why you're here. Please talk to our farmers. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Joseph Mugarura, the General Manager, Mieka Uganda Limited. We are food exporters. We operate from Entebbe Kauku. Right now, it is now 5 years in operations, and we export a variety of products, matoke, cassava, yams, beans, all sorts of products. We have 3 different types of things that we export: frozen food, dry food, and fish products and juices. Here is Nsabimana Eri, the Managing Director of Mieka Uganda Limited. He will explain a little more about what we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. My name is Erin Sabimana. I'm a businessman. I have my company is Mieka Uganda Limited, which is manufacturing, packaging, but for export. So we were on foreign market. We were in Canada, we were in the US, we were in Europe, we were in Asia, we were in Australia. So what we are doing, it is just to add the value, the crops from the farmers, from the Ugandan farmers, then we promote on foreign markets. So as we were on local food, sorry my English is little, I'm a French speaker, but I'm going to try to explain. So as we were processing local food, I mean matoke, sweet potato, yams, maize, and so. Our factory has a due department. One for frozen and another one for dry. For frozen, it is just all that kind of this local food, and dry is the processing of dry flour, millet flour, sorghum flour, soya beans, flour, and so and so. Also, we were exporting fish. Or our export, we were exporting big quantity. For example, matoke. Matoke, we were the one who was promoting Ugandan matoke in the US. So we need the farmers to work together, because if we try to visit the village, we see the crops of farmers, they are spoiling there, and the market we have, it is big, because food is food. Everyone have to eat. In the first lockdown, all the business was stopped, but food was going on. On this first lockdown, only we was sending 24 containers in the US. Mean that food, the market of food is huge, is big. So
what I can add on matoke, a single container of matoke is composed of 4,200 bunches of matoke. Today, we are exporting 2 containers every week, which means it is 8,200 matoke every week. And our capacity on the market, we can export 10 times. So why we are here now, we want to connect with the farmers to have a steady supply of matoke. And we have come here also to connect with UDB to help us like in funding, having steady cash flow to buy matoke from the farmers and process it and export it. So we are trying to compete with other cash crops. Our intentions are to remove matoke as a food crop to make it a cash crop.
Okay, what I can say for the farmers, please, we were here and we need you. You come, we don't need your crops spoiled on the gardens there. I have seen so many mangoes on the gardens, jackfruits on the gardens, sweet potato spoiled on the gardens. We were here, we have a big market and capacity, we have a capacity for buying all that crops. Also, we need the farmers to join us to see the problem you have, because the land, we have seen the land is there, but we need you just to come back on the sector of agriculture, because the market is there. Thank you so much.
So in conclusion, if you are a farmer dealing in any agricultural product, please approach us. Let's work together towards exportation of our local products. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Clearly, if you're a farmer here and you do not approach these gentlemen before they disappear, then we have not done anything really. So please approach that. You're still here. Where can they find you? Because I'm sure you'll have a very long line.
Our factory is located in Kauku Entebbe Road. Kauku Entebbe Road.
They just came from Kampala to talk to you on a special request. But they are still here. So can you please mention your contacts very, very fast? And then we will make sure that they all get contacts today. Yeah.
Okay. My phone number is 07750587742. Thank you so much. My name is Erin Sabibana. My company is Mieka Uganda Limited.
We shall give you all these details. You can approach us. We'll give you all these details. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to recognize the RDC of Mbarara District, Mr. Godfrey Mbetejerize. I hope I said that right. Thank you so much for being here with us. Next, again, to our farmers, I know this next one will be quite a wonderful presentation for you. Mr. Alex Rwanja, who's the head of the Agricultural Credit Facility at Bank of Uganda. Can you please, Alex, come and give us a few words? Thank you.
request to remove this mask such that I'm audible enough. All government of Uganda leaders under the central government, those under local government, our honorable members of parliament present, all distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Alex Rwanja. I head the agricultural credit facility at Bank of Uganda. And therefore, I am here to restore the hope of farmers. After the presentation of Uganda Development Bank, Mr. Robert Kabushanga advised small farmers not to go to the development bank. But I'm here saying, please, come to Bank of Uganda, go to the commercial bank, and we shall restore your hope. We shall work together, and we provide you with finance. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand here to share with you the information as regards the agricultural credit facility. The agricultural credit facility is a facility that was established by the government of the Republic of Uganda in 2009. The key objective of this facility was to support commercialization and modernization of the agricultural sector through provision of small, medium, and long-term financing with a focus of value addition and mechanization. This scheme is a risk-sharing scheme. It is a public-private partnership where the government of Uganda contributes 50%, and the participating financial institutions that include commercial banks, credit institutions, microfinance, do also contribute 50%. The eligible projects under this scheme are primarily those ones involved in agriculture, those ones are involved in agro-processing, and those ones in grain trade. If you may remember, some time back we had a very good weather, good climate, and it was bumper harvest. And the government was urging the population, please go to the gardens, produce. The farmers produced, but the market was insufficient. So therefore the government decided to say, well, if the market is insufficient, then we can provide the working capital to some of the farmers who can buy the grain from the farmers, such that the market is available. So that scheme also is available as we are going through, and you'll be in position to see what actually happens. The salient features of the agricultural credit facility. This agricultural credit facility offers you a loan to a maximum of 2.1 billion. And it will give you a maximum period of 8 years to repay the loan. And we do have 3 years grace period. The loan goes further to say that the minimum period can be 6 months, but we range up to 8 years. The interest rate, people are very, very interested in hearing this. The government of Uganda is giving you this money at only 12%. Very affordable. If you translated this on a monthly basis, the government is lending to a farmer at 1%. Some of us have dealt with money lenders. They will give you at 15, 20% per month. But the government is saying, please come to Bank of Uganda, go to the commercial banks, and get this money at 1% per month, translating to 12% per year. The processing fee of this facility is only 0.5%. And this facility is interest-free as far as Bank of Uganda is concerned, but the commercial bank is going to lend you this money not to an interest which goes beyond 12%. Whereas I've mentioned that if you are in primary agriculture and agro-processing, we can lend you up to a tune of 2.1 billion. But if you are going to deal in grain trade, we can lend you up to 10 billion. And the duration is 2 years. We are giving you simply 2 years because you are dealing in already almost a finished product. So 2 years, and you'll be in position to pay back this money after 2 years, what we call bullet payment, with the interest thereon. So you are able to stay with this money for 2 years and pay at the end of the period. For you, we are lending you this money at 15%. Remember, agricultural credit in on-farm activities, agro-processing, it is 12%. But if you are involved in grain trade, buying grains from the farmers, storing, adding value, exporting, we are lending you at 15% and stay with the money for 2 years and pay us at the end of 2 years. I talked about private-public partnership. Like I said earlier, the government contributes 50%. The private sector will contribute 50% in the grain trade. But if you go through the microfinance, if you go through the credit institutions, the sharing arrangement is that the government is going to contribute 70%, whereas the credit institutions and the microfinance will only contribute 30%. The question is, who are these people eligible for the agricultural credit finance? All persons or entities that are involved in the agricultural sector, agro-processing, and grain trade are all welcome under this scheme. And you may be an individual, me and you. You may be a partnership. You may be a company, but dealing in agricultural produce. You are involved in the agricultural sector. My dear brother, my dear sister, my uncle, you are eligible to get this money. What are the eligible projects? Because we have to understand exactly, before you approach the commercial bank, what are the eligible projects that this facility can fund? Acquisition of agricultural machinery. Since yesterday I had people talking over agricultural machinery. Those ones that can store matoke, can process matoke, can do that. Please come visit any commercial bank near you and tell them exactly what you would like to acquire. If it is machinery, please, this scheme will help you acquire that machinery. If you are going to buy the silos, what we call post-harvest handling equipment, the facility is there. We shall fund you and you acquire the post-harvest handling equipment. If you want to open up land for agriculture, if you want to do paddocking, if you want to do excavation, in totality what we call on-farm improvement, the agricultural credit facility is there for you. It welcomes you. Please go and get this money at only 12%. There are those ones who are interested in buying cattle. We are in the Ankole region, and we are popularly known for that. Please come for this money. If you want to do restocking, we shall give you this money up to around 800 million to go and purchase the cattle. If you're involved in matoke, you want to buy the suckers, please approach any commercial bank. And what I caution you is, when you go to the commercial bank, I want you to be clear. Be clear. Don't go and say, I want an agricultural loan. These commercial banks do have similar products. They will sell you their own product. Just do me a favor and tell them that you want an agricultural credit facility put in place by the government of the Republic of Uganda and managed by Bank of Uganda. All these participating financial institutions, all commercial banks are allowed to participate in this. They will give you a form, you fill, and they will give you all the necessary information that you need. If you go to commercial banker A and doesn't help you, go to commercial banker B. They will be in position to help you. And if you are frustrated in any way, before I leave this podium, I'm going to leave you with the contact, which you can use to get in touch with the Bank of Uganda and raise your complaint if you failed to access simply because maybe the officers there were unwilling to help you. So if you want to do irrigation, if you want working capital for grain, if you want to do an agro-processing, adding value to our agricultural products, please go to any commercial bank and tell them that you would like to access the SCF. And definitely you'll be in a position to get this money. Yeah, technology is failing me here. Okay, having known the eligible projects, what are these projects that the Agricultural Credit Facility does not fund? Now, like you have understood, that the SCF is given at 12%, and maybe earlier on, you had visited a commercial bank and you acquired a loan at 20%. Please kindly don't go to acquire the SCF with the intention of settling the previous loan with the commercial bank. We don't allow that. We don't fund that kind of move. We don't fund the purchase of land because you know value from land may take quite some time. And this is a facility that was put in place to ensure that every Ugandan benefits. So therefore, we want quick projects that will bring in money such that the next Ugandan who is waiting at the doorway can also benefit from this scheme. So we don't even fund the planting of trees. There are some other avenues that you can get the funding, but not under the Agricultural Credit Facility. Now, what are these requirements? Because I heard some people talking about there are so many requirements, but for SCF there are not so many. There are very few. I just want you to note them, and then we shall be in position to be in business. Okay, thank you. Yeah, in the interest of time, those are the requirements. You need to open up a bank account. Since yesterday we were talking about the bankable proposal, CRB report, this one tells us where you have borrowed, such that even if you have a loan in Centenary and you are coming to DFCU, it will indicate that you have a loan in Centenary, provided that the loan is being financed well, you are repaying. Having a loan does not stop you from acquiring another loan under SCF, provided the cash flows stand for you and they tell us that you'll be able to finance the two or to service the two loans. Spousal consent and other things. Some other requirements, you will visit the commercial banks and they will be in a position to help you understand what exactly is required. Now, this is a solution to the smallholders. Some time back, there were allegations that SCF, UDB, and the other schemes that have been put in place favor big investors or big farmers. I'm here to say no. Even a small farmer can benefit from SCF. How? Where you do not have collateral, which is required by commercial banks, in most cases, SCF is saying if you are going to borrow to up to 20 million and below, you may be given this money without necessarily having a collateral security. But other means of collateral may be considered. For example, your character, your banking history, chattel mortgages, cash flows, they will have to analyze all that and they will give you that money provided does not exceed 20%. If you can even borrow at around 100,000 or 500, provided you are in a group and that group does not go beyond 1.5 billion, you'll be in position to get this money. The process is there. You'll just go to the commercial bank and tell them we are in a group, but each needs size of 1 million each, provided when we take the summation of that group, it doesn't go beyond the 1.5 billion. I just wanted to show you exactly the performance, but because of the time, I may not be in position to articulate these figures properly to you, but on the surface of it, I want to tell you that we have been in position to disburse loans up to 624 billion as at 30th September. As I speak now, we are at 660 billion, but I did not want to share that information as at 31st December because it is not yet approved by the Minister of Finance. What are the key achievements? We have extended credit up to 624 billion as at 30th September. We have enhanced financial inclusion through broker allocation, where smallholders have also accessed. We have helped around 386 smallholders to a tune of 4.9 billion. So those are some of the achievements that we have done. At post-harvest handling, we have given loans up to 92 billion. So the statistics is there. So we are trying to say that SCF has done quite well, and we have received several awards as being the best agricultural financing entity. But this cannot go without challenges. What are the challenges? Inadequate capitalization. We are still negotiating with the government to add us more money such that we are able in position to support the agricultural sector. By that time, we had a deficit of 21 billion, but this one has narrowed it down because of recent, they sent some money on the escrow account. And we had also a challenge of the COVID-19 pandemic. This one goes without saying, everybody is aware, where we had to reschedule some loans and the inflows were had to dwindle. The lengthy process of writing off the non-performing loans, as this can also be told by the commercial banks, that's the outcry that is outside there. But what is the way forward? We are requesting government to recapitalize us such that actually the objective is realized. Also to establish a framework of writing off the non-performing loans, because this one is currently sitting on the financial statements of the commercial banks, and it impacts on their profitability. We also are considering de-risking the agricultural sector and several things. But as Barbara told you, and several questions were coming in as far as Small Business Recovery Fund is concerned. This one I will not go through the presentation that I have prepared. I don't want to be selfish because there are other people who are also waiting. But I can assure you that the government of Uganda introduced what we call Small Business Recovery Fund for those projects or businesses that were gravely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. And those businesses can still show proof that they can be helped and come back to track. We have that money, and it is at 10%. Every business, right from border, saloon, and whatsoever, please visit any commercial bank. The loans, the money is there. And as I speak now, the Deputy Governor Bank of Uganda and the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Finance, are launching the campaigning strategy on the 3rd, countrywide campaign. And right now we are on TVs, on radios, informing the public about the availability of this fund. I'm still available. You can get in touch with me, and we talk business as we give the opportunity for other people to occupy the podium. I thank you, Barbara, for being patient with me.
Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you. The head of the Agricultural Credit Facility at Bank of Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we are tired, we are hungry, we want to walk around, and some of you are like, Ibana, this thing has to end already. But we just have just a few more presentations, and then we will have our guest, our chief guest in for us to actually have the final sign-offs, and we will close. But closing does not mean that we have closed, we are not coming back. Closing just means that this session will be closed, but we will be here to make sure that what we have promised, we deliver. Just a few announcements. If anyone is feeling a little bit lightheaded, or you just need a back massage or something like that, we have a tent in the back. If you feel you're not feeling very well, we have some nurses on ground. Also, if you want to donate blood, If we get into now the blood section, that will be another afternoon. We do have a tent where you can donate blood, ladies and gentlemen, because blood is the number one thing that is actually needed in Uganda today, as you all know. So if you can please donate blood, the tent is also available for you to do that. Next up, we have one of our sponsors. He has 5 minutes. Thank God these are Americans. Americans know how to keep time, yeah? So we have USAID, Feed the Future. They'll come and just give us a few remarks, tell us what they do, what they're all about in 5 minutes. Yes? Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Our hosts, UDB, thank you so much for having us. I'm from USAID Feed the Future Strategic Investments Activity. It's a USAID program that seeks to support businesses to unlock commercial investments from especially private capital providers and development finance institutions. My name is Kenneth Nkumiro, and I work there as the Enabling Environment Advisor. Greetings from our Chief of Party, Robert Anyang. He couldn't make it here. Now, do we have the presentation? I'm not going to follow it, but I just want to use 2 slides. Our mission is to unlock $140 million in the next 4 years into this country from both domestic and foreign investors. So our work seeks to support companies towards investment readiness. Everyone has been talking about delays in accessing finance, delays in accessing the loans and so on, but it all points towards investment readiness. So our project seeks to support companies to make them ready, to make them attractive, and match them with investors. So for our partner UDB, we will be happy to support your pipeline companies to be investment ready so that you can unlock the finance. Because investment readiness takes quite some money, it also takes quite some time. And this is the cost that USAID is cushioning right now. We will be able to do that at our own cost. Whatever we are doing is aligned to the government of Uganda priorities, especially under NDP 3, that looks at unlocking commercial finance for key sectors. We want to unlock $140 million in the next few years. Please go on. That's the link to the National Development Plan, how we align. Our approach is to support businesses by assigning transaction advisors to businesses at our cost who help you to work through what the financials require, both the private capital providers, but also development finance institutions like the Uganda Development Bank. Please proceed. That is where we are today. The appetite for financing in this country is very high. This activity is just 5 months old since we started, but in terms of the people who come and say we are looking for money, that's where we are. We have deals in the energy sector, we have deals in the agricultural sector, we have deals in the health sector. You can see that in the agricultural sector, we have 108 deals, and they are looking for about $400 million. Companies in our pipeline, about 150 companies to date that have reached out and they are looking for finance. So our job is now to make them ready so that they can access this finance from private capital providers and UDB. Some of the companies that we have in the pipeline have actually reached out to UDB. So we hope that we'll be working with UDB to ensure that we support these companies to unlock the finance. In terms of the geographical spread of these companies and what they want the money for, the areas you see shaded blue are where the companies are. So far in northern Uganda, we have 22 deals. In Karamoja sub-region, 3 deals. 18 deals in eastern Uganda, 24 in this region where we are, and about 58 in the central region. Please proceed. Those are some of our collaborating partners. Proceed. That is what we hope to do with our collaborating partners. We have MOUs in the pipeline. Some have been signed. Some are still in the pipeline. And that is what we hope to do with the partners. Please proceed. Now, if you are a company and you are looking for finance and you are here, this is what we can do for you. We can help you with your business plans. We can help you with financial modeling. We can help you with transaction advisory support, e.g. review of term sheets. We can also help you with opportunity validation. We also do neutral facilitation, because our only interest here is not to earn a commission as USAID, but it is to ensure that the company is happy, the investor is happy, you're able to pay back the money. That's why we have what we call the post-investment care. So we don't only support you towards closing a deal, but we walk with you the journey even after you have got the money, because we have other development impact indicators that we track with the companies that we support. We also support foreign investors that want to come into the country, walk them through, link them to our partners in UIA, Uganda Free Zones Authority, for them to be able to access the different incentives that are available. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I've been very brief, but I want to say that we are here to work with you. All this we do at our cost. USAID has done projects that are to do with grants and so on, and they are moving now towards promoting self-reliance, and that's why the focus is now on commercial finance. The private sector is critical on the journey to self-reliance, and that's why the investments are now in the area of supporting transaction advisory and unlocking private capital for business growth. If businesses grow, URA will collect. If people formalize businesses, URSB will be working, and the economy will be growing. I want to thank you very much once again for your time. We are in the tent just right there. Please come to us. We take your particulars and we will be reaching out to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. Yes, that was nice and brief. The opportunities are immense. The opportunities are immense, ladies and gentlemen. We're here all afternoon. We're going to have a closure very shortly of all this information, and then you can go and get to know a little bit better on how you can be a part of the development of Ankole region. As we are almost coming to a close, our chief guest, the Permanent Secretary, Treasury, Ministry of Finance, Mr. Ramadan Gobi, will be here in his capacity as a representative for the President of Uganda, and he'll be coming here to do the sign-offs as we close off. But like I said, it is not closure. It is the beginning of a beautiful and fruitful partnership to inspire development in Ankole region. Now, our last presentations are testimonials on government financing interventions. And this one that I'm going to call up is Manyakabi Area Cooperative Enterprise, primary production and processing of maize and beans. And I don't know if the young lady is here, yes, to come and give us a few words. These are some people who have benefited from what we have to offer as Uganda Development Bank.
Thank you so much, the MC, the organizers, UDB, and OWC, protocol observed. My names are Claire Kavachenga, manager of Manyakabi Area Cooperative Enterprise, which is just 11 kilometers, Mbarara-Chikagate Road, Kabelebele Town Council, Isinjo District. It is a women's cooperative enterprise. We are composed of 146 farmer groups. It is a business entity owned, run, and by women. And those women are rural women, vulnerable, from hard to reach, even without collateral security. But Manyakabi NC has the land, it has collateral security, it has the land title, and that's what we used in assessing the UDB loan. Before that, we had not accessed any loan from any bank because they were not farmer friendly. And our mission, next slide. Behind one. Yes, our mission is to stimulate, promote, and coordinate socio-economic empowerment, leading to the development of higher living standards in the farming communities of our members. And our vision is to improve the livelihood of people through socio-economic empowerment. And our goal is to improve income, food security, nutrition, farming, welfare, and livelihoods of households through beans, soybeans, maize production, productivity, value addition, and sustainable markets. Before UDB came in, we had three main challenges. Next slide. The challenge number one was low productivity. This is Isinjiro is a drought-prone district with infertile soils, so the production volumes were virtually very low. We had a maize milling machine, but we are not using it to the full capacity because we didn't have the produce and we didn't have the working capital to help us in the bulking marketing. Then when the UDB came in, it funded two our core issues, the farm input loan and also the working capital. The loan input, we used it to buy the farm inputs, which were of high quality, improved, and at affordable prices. Then, what were the socio-economic benefits? But before socio-economic benefits, obviously, I can begin with that. It helped in the employment of youth was increased by 40%. Why? Because when we had the working capital, we increased the backed volumes. We had only one shift milling team, but we have 3 milling shifts. In 24 hours, we have the capacity now of milling between 20 to 24 metric tons within 24 hours. It also meant that also in the animal feeds, the numbers increased from 3 to 10. And all those were attracting the what? The youth. You can go behind. We are happy that we are making also a contribution. We are complying with government policies. At least the last financial year, we were able to pay 50 million per annum in taxes. We pay PAYE, we file returns, we pay NSSF. We have increased our export value and volume. At least now we are able to export between 500,000 metric tons through Mutukula and Busia border. In fact, in the last season, when we didn't have maize on the Ugandan market, we were getting maize as far as Malawi and Zambia. We thank the government for creating a neighboring environment for even us, the small and micro social entrepreneurs, also to tap into government resources. The benefits of farmers are immense. First of all, when we increase the volume of production volumes, it means at a grain level, whether soya, beans, or maize, there was increase that. And when you add value to increased volumes, it means increased income at the household level. And one of the conditions satisfied to get UDB money is crop insurance. Crop insurance is real and it works. When we were paying crop insurance, me personally and the other leaders were not comfortable because we mobilized and paid 3 million in crop insurance. But we knew that money was lost. Then obviously, there was sunshine, the gardens dried up. We had insured with Jubilee Insurance. Then when we were trying to compile the farms we have lost to come and claim, I received the phone call from Jubilee Insurance telling us how much they were going to compensate. They compensated 22 million to 146 farmers. And I asked them, how did you, they said, we are sending you the list. I asked them, where did you get that list? They told me they have a partnership with Netherlands government in the weather index technology. When the farms dry, they are able to trace where those farms are and how many have dried and of what acreage. Sincerely, we're very grateful to government intervention. Also, other benefits, because they helped us. You know, UDB has competent staff, and I've seen knowledge being translated into wealth through our intervention with us. Because I've said for us, it's a women cooperative, and those women are micro and small. You know, things associated with that caliber of women in the hard-to-reach rural environment. So the other critical issue was post-harvest handling. And in post-harvest handling, we purchased improved seeds and also post-harvest handling materials, tarpaulins, small silos of 800 kilograms, and which has helped us so much in terms of what? In terms of food security. And the income obviously has increased because the productivity increased from 300 kilograms to 1,000 per acre. So it was an increment of 800,000 per season on only the maize value chain, not mentioning beans or soya beans. Next slide. Okay, we have the future plans. The future plans, there are mainly two, because now we want asset financing, and we know, and we are hopefully UDB will continue to support us. The two are the silos and another production line, because now we have our machines have high quality, so we produce high quality maize flour. Our market has increased. We have penetrated in different market segments. We are also in the process of getting the true mark. And all those we are seeing increased diversification in market segments, and especially the good markets with a better price. So that's why we need another production line of improved technology. We also would like to have silos of 500 metric line automated for soya, maize, and beans. Because when it is a bumper harvest, all our maize is going outside through Busia border. And when it is off-season, we are bringing back maize to Uganda at a higher price. But if we had silos, we would be having capacity of maintaining it. Because we have the capacity of milling 200 metric tons minimum per month, so we mill a lot of maize grains. Although we have a very good warehouse of 1,000 metric tons, which is equipped with a cleaner, grader, and a sorter, but 1,000 metric tons is nothing to us compared to the level we have reached. That's why we would like to get another loan. We have received 2 loans in 7 months in a period of 2 weeks. And that loan, the first loan, I think they were gauging us because we didn't have any track history of getting a loan. They gave us 300 million for 7 months with a grace period of 7 months. We are not paying any installment. We are not paying any interest. In the 6th month, we started collecting money and we paid back. When we paid back, like today, I told them we want another loan. They said submit your application. I submitted, and in a period of 2 weeks, the money hit on our account another 300 million. We are finalized. The second loan, we are finishing it, and already I've told them that now we are moving to another level, to another stage. We are requesting now for asset financing. They gave us a period of, initially they gave us a period of 7 months, grace period, but now we shall request for 3 years because we are going into asset financing, and they have told us this time it will be 10%. We are very grateful, and obviously when they were doing a lot, when they came in, they did a lot of capacity building with us. That's why I'm telling you that now we are in the process of acquiring the CHUMAC. We're in the process. We started, we paid, they have done the audit. We're in the last stages of getting the CHUMAC. We have graduated from being analog into digital. We have different digital tools to help us. For example, we have a digital planning tool to help us in different planning in the market, because we are in the whole value chain. The farmers do the planting, and quality assurance issues are handled at that level. At the SC level, we do the marketing and value addition. And along all those, there are different apps, there are different platforms. And I was impressed when they said the UDB was going to sign with the researchers, because we have a partnership with MAST, with CamTech Technology. CamTech Technology is a group of young engineers who are developing for us different apps, different platforms, and sincerely which are tailored to our business model. Otherwise, this money is real, is there, is for all of us. Abanyakweli bajja kola tuliye tukubaki mwaga ebe bintu babagambira ngu murundi mwabironda mbabakola ki esente mbazibahereza omwe ko kugamba oti ni bingi, but you know when they list down you think there are many. Even me, the first time when we were trying to arrange, I said, out of 10 this document we don't have, but it's okay. Out of 10 I have 9. They can work on us. I submitted, I waited. You know, they make 4 apps. They said, hey, this document, it was just 1 sheet. We are not seeing it. I said, 1 sheet. Is 1 sheet making us fail to get that money? Yeah, yes. We want documentation. So however simple records you have, but as long as they're there, they are willing to help us, and that money is there. Thank you so much, UDB. Thank you so much, OWC, and other government programs, because they interrelate. They work hand in hand in so many ways. Otherwise, thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Our chief guest is here in the capacity of His Excellency, the President of Uganda. I was almost going to say the President of America. These things, we get confused sometimes. But in a few seconds, he'll be in. So in the interim, maybe let me have a music interlude in the interim as we welcome the chief guest. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was just an example of an organization that has profited from Uganda Development Bank, and I hope we've been listening to that. Thank you. Can we please have a music interlude as our chief guest comes in? Thank you. May we please rise, ladies and gentlemen, as our chief guest comes in. May we please rise.
Instead of going out to find trouble, that's just trouble. I think I run away sometimes whenever I get too vulnerable. That's not your fault. See, I wanna stay the whole night. I wanna lay with you till the sun's up. I wanna let you inside.
Can we please remain upstanding for the national anthem?
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Upendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
May you please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. At this juncture, I would like to invite Honorable Rukare to take us through this next very important session of this afternoon. Honorable.
Thank you. Our chief guest, Mr. Ramadan Ngobi, representing the President of the Republic of Uganda, you're most welcome. I will just give a few remarks but Patricia Ojangore, the MD UDB, will give us a wrap-up of what we have been going on, what has been going on here for the last 2.5 days as of now. Allow me, our chief guest, give in general of the kind of guests we have or we've been hosting since Monday. Before us, we have my Lord, the Bishop, Bishop Sheldon. You can stand up for recognition. Thank you, my Lord. Before us, we have my honorable members of parliament, honorable colleagues, and once again, since the chief guest is here, allow me introduce them to our members and a few other members who have just come in. I start once again with the Honorable Julius from Rwampara. Stand up for recognition, please. We also have Honorable Mshemeza from Shema. We have Honorable Kajrenje from Nyabushozi. We have Honorable Jennifer Muhesi from Kazo. We have Honorable More from Rwampara. Thank you, honorable colleagues who have turned up today. And yesterday, we had Honorable Naomi Chivaju, who had to leave because of some other meetings. And I want to take this opportunity to apologize to one member of parliament. I've just seen it on our social media of Great Ankole, I'm told, who was bounced at the entrance, Honorable Mbwa Tekama. And I will investigate that, but we apologize for that incident and what could have caused it. Our chief guest before us, we have, I will start with the youth. We have students from vocational institutions, tertiary institutions, universities, and if I can request all the students who are here to stand up for recognition. In our conversation, our chief guests, we said we cannot have any discussion to develop Great Ankole unless we have the core, we have the future of Great Ankole, and that's why we deliberately invited them to attend this discussion. Our chief guests, we have farmers from different districts of the 13 districts, from different sectors, in different myoga, and please, all the farmers, commercial people, put up your hands for recognition. Thank you. And our chief guest, we have the academia, professors. I can see the Vice Chancellor of Bishop Stewart University, stand up for recognition. And any other lecturers, Reverend Mkundane and others, put up your hands. Our chief guest, we have entrepreneurs. We have entrepreneurs who are here. Dr. Kazire yesterday gave, we nearly gave him, but I think we gave him a standing ovation. He gave a very good presentation about entrepreneurship. I don't know whether Mr. Varya is around. Agre, yeah, he's Mr. Aparo Varya, Agre of Adit, Kafoko. Yeah, we were with them yesterday. And this is a representation of the business people we have. We have other leaders from the faith-based institutions. We have Father Kasapuri here with us. We have the representation of His Grace, the Archbishop Lambert, and I request, Father, you stand up for recognition. Our chief guest, we have the people behind this symposium. UDB, OWC. I start with UDB. UDB staff and management, put up your hands. They are there. And we had even Mr. Tumhirwe, the board member, who was here yesterday. We have OWC. The people you see smart in uniforms are behind this symposium. We need to recognize you. Stand up for recognition. I think I have not left out any category of people. If I might have, by any mistake, we have government agencies, URA, URSB, all government agencies are very well represented, Mr. Chief Guest here. We have others who have played one part or another in terms of contributing for this symposium, and I'm sure Patricia will give a summary about that. With those few words, Mr. Chief Guest, you are welcome. You are in the land of honey and milk, Great Ankole. We profiled Great Ankole, and part of your functions this afternoon, we shall request you to launch the Great Ankole coffee book, which we have, which talks about the conversation of Great Ankole, opportunities where people can invest, opportunities where people can visit as tourists, and talking about the population, land size, and the environment. Allow me at this juncture to take this opportunity, and I invite none other than Madame Patricia Jangore, who has been behind this symposium. Madame Patricia.
Thank you, Honorable Mwesigwa. Our chief guest, thank you for honoring our invitation to come. I'll give just very briefly a summary of what has happened here in the last 2 days. First, as UDB, we got involved with investment symposiums when we were invited by the convener of OWC, by the chief coordinator at that point, who was the convener and remains the convener, to be part of the National Organizing Committee for the first symposium. But I think this was West Nile. And we saw it as a very good opportunity that brings together all key actors in government to see how to address some of the challenges we face in the country. We came in to support the sustainability of the symposiums as Uganda Development Bank in partnership with OWC. And that is how we have remained supporting and involving and working with key stakeholders together with OWC to deliver regional investment symposiums. This is the third regional investment symposium, and in our thinking, we would organize one in the Busoga region after Ankole, of course under the able leadership again of the chairman of National Investment Symposiums, Honorable Robert Rukari. We are happy to note also the recognition of the importance of these symposiums. I know that in the NRM manifesto, it's also identified as one of the key interventions that government can use to, as it's on its journey to get the country to middle income status. For this symposium, the theme that the organizers agreed upon is the contribution of financial innovation to building a resilient economy in Uganda. The symposium was yesterday opened up by General Salim Saleh, the chief coordinator of OWC. We had presentations from OWC to demonstrate and to present the work that they have done in the region, and there was a clear presentation of their intervention in that regard. I did deliver a keynote address on the theme
which is the contribution of financial innovation to building a resilient economy. And here I demonstrated or showed again where we are as an economy. And we discussed or presented why the structure of our economy has not changed over a number of decades. And we also noted what we needed to do to achieve economic resilience, which is really diversifying the economy in terms of increasing productivity, export promotion, import substitution, the need for all actors together to come together to deliver this mandate, because no one institution can do it alone. And I think this reemphasizes the issue that we've been having even in government of working in silos, because I think we demonstrated that the task ahead is huge and everyone needs to do what they have to do well as we work together to arrive at a resilient economy that we are looking at. We also presented and discussed the role of financing, on the role of finance, and this is where UDB comes in, and other financial sector players in the country, and demonstrated some of the innovative funding or financing mechanisms that we can adopt to kind of unlock credit and capital to support businesses so that businesses can grow, and we realize the economic impact that we want in terms of increased savings, increased private sector growth to GDP ratio, a diversified economy, increased productivity, among others. This was followed by a panel discussion, which was moderated by none other than Mr. Robert Kabushenga, and we had Dr. Pamela Mbabazi, the chairperson of National Planning Authority, talking about the opportunities that government has put in place to support this entire ecosystem. We had Ms. Geraldine Sali, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Trade and Industry, talking about the industrial linkages. And then we had Dr. Kazire, a researcher and entrepreneur in this region, working with the community, among others, to present the role of the community. Where does the community fall in this? The forum drew a lot of participation from government, honorable members of parliament who have been here with us for 2 days, government agencies and MDAs, some have been mentioned, NADS, UCDA, URA, URSB, UIA, NARO, Bank of Uganda, among others. We've had the private sector, business community who have been here, identified from across the 13 districts of Ankole sub-region, a number of them exhibiting and showcasing their products. And it's also an opportunity to link them to markets. And I have seen that going on where our people are being linked to markets, to producers, basically to support what they are doing. And of course, identifying and showing them the funding opportunities that we ourselves as UDB can provide across every actor in their value chain. Today, we made again several presentations where UDB presented in detail their product offering and how they can support the private sector using different financial and non-financial products. And then we had presentations from other government agencies also trying to see how government is providing an enabling environment, incentives to try and support the private sector to do business. We have, as UDB, also identified a number of interventions and partnerships and business prospects and opportunities that we can work around, follow up on. And today, we will be signing about 6 memorandum of understandings with different groups to kind of start communication, engagement, where we want to deliver together with them some of the key transformational projects in this region. Some of those include Kazire Health Products, Bishop Stewart University, Mbarara University of Science and Technology, Ankole Diocese, GBK, we basically identify where there are opportunities for high impact. But this is just the beginning. And I'm also happy to note that so far at our exhibition place, we have registered prospects just in the 2 days from the people who have come of funding opportunities worth 120 billion. So people have already expressed to us their funding needs, so far totaling 120 billion in these 2 days. But like I mentioned, this is just at the start. We'll continue working and engaging with the district commercial officers, local government, business community in the region, and basically all stakeholders to see that we can increase our interventions. I think from where I sit, from the forums and symposiums that we have been organizing, I consider this one of the successful ones because of the prospects, the practical initiatives, activities, and we'll be happy to provide progressive reports in terms of what has been the actual impact of this symposium in Ankole sub-region. Once again, our chief guest, we thank you for honoring our invitation. And at this juncture, I would like to invite Dr. Pamela Mbabazi, the chairperson of National Planning Authority, to invite you to come and address the audience and also close the symposium. Thank you.
My Lord Bishop, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take this opportunity to introduce our chief guest, Dr. Ramadan Ngobi, who is our permanent secretary and secretary to Treasury in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Dr. Ramadan Ngobi is here in his capacity representing His Excellency the President, but he's also one of Uganda's most distinguished economists and has been an ardent supporter and champion of the program approach that can enable us together working in government to ensure that we work together to transform this economy. So join me, ladies and gentlemen, to put our hands together in welcoming Dr. Ramadan Ngobi to come and speak to us.
My Lord the Bishop of Ankole Diocese, the honorable members of Parliament from Great Ankole, led by Honorable Robert Mwesigwa, and also, I know all of them, we have interacted severally. I'm glad to be in your area. Of course, Professor Mbabazi, who's the chairperson of the National Planning Authority, and also a cabinet member. I don't know whether you know that your daughter here is a cabinet, sits in cabinet every Monday to deliberate our issues. Are the heads of government, ministries, departments, and agencies present? The UPDF officers present, my good friends from Operation Wealth Creation, the entrepreneurs, and the members of private sector, the engine of the economy of Uganda, all of the people of Greater Ankole and beyond. First of all, I would like to begin by thanking the organizers of this investment symposium, as well as their sponsors, the participants,
and the people of this region of Great Ankole for putting together this conversation, as well as the exposé I've seen here. Thank you very much for the effort. UDB, Dr. Rukali and your teams, the OWC, we thank you. I am honored to represent His Excellency the President at this function, and everything I am going to say should be attributed to him. Although he didn't give me a speech, he said I should make one. He just wrote me a note delegating me, and he said, you make a speech to the people of Ankole. It is very constructive to have dialogues on development-related issues like the one you have been discussing in the 3 days. The theme was timely contribution of financial innovation to the resilience of the economy for sustained growth. His Excellency the President has asked me to remind you what he said at the beginning of this term, that he declared 2021-26 a Chisanja for socio-economic transformation. And he has guided us, all of us, to focus more resources as well as the efforts to creating wealth, jobs, and incomes for all Ugandans. But in particular, the 39% of those Ugandans who are still in a subsistence economy. Accordingly, we have designed the national budget strategy for next year, 2022-23, to kickstart this transformative agenda. The theme for next year's budget is full monetization of the economy through commercial agriculture, industrialization, market access, and digital transformation. And the overall goal is to incentivize and facilitate Ugandans who are still in subsistence to start engaging in income-generating activities in the 4 main sectors of the economy: commercial agriculture, industry, services, and computer technology, we popularly call ICT. The target is to start with raising agricultural productivity. So much as we have a number of areas which we are going to be focusing on, our primary target is raising agricultural productivity, that is yield per acre, reduce the level of post-harvest losses, add value to our agricultural produce, improve the quality, standards, and safety of what we supply both to domestic and export markets, and also facilitate market entry for the private sector. We've been over years emphasizing market access. We want to move from market access to market entry, ensuring that private sector can be able to take those markets where government has signed a number of protocols. This will raise household incomes as well as the population's purchasing power. Ultimately, the multiplier effect will set in and support investments in other sectors, such as manufacturing and services, through increased effective demand. So HE, the President, has actually specifically addressed us severally as players in different areas of responsibility, but particularly those who are in charge of the economy and economic planning, to target those households which have not yet entered the economy, the monetized economy, so that they can also start earning incomes and be able to increase the effective demand of Uganda. There, indirectly, we shall be actually revamping the economy in a more targeted and deliberate way. We also have a post-COVID-19 recovery plan. As government, we are embarking on this agenda at a time when the economy and the global environment in which we have to operate have been hugely impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. We have lost nearly 3 percentage points of GDP growth in each of the past 2 years due to the COVID-19 pandemic, despite the unbelievable resilience shown by the economy. Our economy grew by 3% in 2019-20 and 3.4% in 2020-21. And it was among the few economies in the world that registered positive growth in 2020. GDP is projected to grow at 3.8% this financial year. By June this year, we project our GDP would have grown by 3.8%. And then the economy is destined to recover to its pre-pandemic growth of 6% and above, beginning 2023-24 and through the medium term to 7%. Our efforts are currently targeted at ending the pandemic, supporting businesses as well as the economy to recover, and also addressing the long-standing structural issues relating to large subsistence and informal economy, as well as the rural-urban and regional economic divide. To end the pandemic impact on the business activity and livelihoods, we are currently investing in widespread vaccination of all Ugandans to ensure that the economy stays open. Without people getting vaccinated, we run a risk of getting another variant of COVID impacting us. And definitely, you know, once people start to die, government will have no choice but to lock again. That's why now we are putting a lot of emphasis, resources, effort, and government focus on vaccinating Ugandans. I hope in Greater Ankole, the leadership and everybody, we are taking the initiative to encourage people to get vaccinated. Government is very committed to providing resources. We have cut budgets of other ministries, departments, and agencies to provide resources for the Ministry of Health to provide the vaccines and also deploy them in the different parts of the country for this effort. To support business and economic recovery, we are implementing a stimulus package to boost aggregate demand and also support businesses to restart and recover. The stimulus package includes the following: Package 1, a total of 260 billion shillings have been deployed through EMIOGA, as well as 77 billion through circles targeting the financially excluded vulnerable groups and active poor. These are being served through the Microfinance Support Center. That is the first package in our plan, to use the EMIOGA funding as well as capitalization of circles to reach out to those who are usually excluded from the formal financial system. Usually you will hear a lot of people commenting about these issues. Be mindful that in most cases those who are commenting do not belong to that group. Those who belong to the group, they know the significance of that. Package 2 is for small businesses. Small businesses. Government has put in place a small business recovery fund of 200 billion shillings, which is accessible by formal small businesses employing between 5 and 49 people. These businesses are the ones with an annual turnover of between 10 million shillings and 100 million shillings. These businesses must have been operational March 2020, then COVID came, devastated them, and now we need to support them to recover, to have access to education and have access to finance. Most of these funds that I've mentioned have been realized or raised from budgetary repurposing and reprioritization. At the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, we are no longer sleeping. We are working so hard there. Have a team of very few people, but they are working so hard to repurpose our national budget so that we can be able to reprioritize it, as opposed to more borrowing or increasing taxes. We would want to raise funds to finance our development agenda by mainly repurposing ourselves. And I believe that this profound shift in spending away from consumption and towards productive sectors will contribute to faster and more inclusive recovery and growth. We are also going to implement a number of budget-neutral policies that could boost recovery. In this respect, we have continued with the prioritization of human capital development, public infrastructure investment, as well as security and stability as foundations for our economic transformation. We have supported the reopening of schools, as well as the capacity of the health sector to continue with its fight against the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as other ailments and normal services. Recently, as the schools were preparing to reopen in January, my ministry was directed by Cabinet to support the public schools to prepare themselves for reopening. And right away, we deployed resources to ensure that schools are prepared, because after 2 years, some of them were no longer habitable. And I hope the schools have been prepared and the children are back to school. In Great Ankole, I would want to get some feedback from you before I leave. The reopening of the education sector is going to boost economic recovery, given the sector's wider multiplier effect in terms of the food consumption. So the food sector will be boosted, scholastic materials and uniforms, the manufacturing sector will be boosted, the transport sector is also being boosted, etc., etc. We are also implementing a recovery-mindful tax policy. Our new tax policy is intended to put more focus on enforcement of compliance as opposed to introducing new taxes or increasing the existing taxes. I hope the URA has been able to tell you what they are doing in ensuring that compliance. Let everybody who's supposed to pay some tax pay that little, such that we can be able to collect revenue to finance these things we are talking about, among others. But if the few people who on the register are the ones to pay too much for other people who are not compliant, then it ends up failing business. And we are all bound to fail. So the strategy now is to enforce more compliance of everybody, and also ensuring that all of those who are capable of paying tax pay a little. So we shall be widening the net to ensure that all of those who have been avoiding tax through informality, through sometimes outright avoidance or evasion, are brought into the tax bracket. Then every Ugandan will pay a little, and at the end of the day we shall have more revenue, and then we avoid these mistakes of increasing taxes every year, which affects the same people who are compliant. It's like you are punishing them for being compliant. That's our strategy now. So we want to incentivize businesses to allocate capital to its more productive use, and also ensure a more level playing field. Accordingly, we have started implementing some public sector reforms so that we can achieve more efficiency and effectiveness. These reforms range from rationalization of government, because private sector, I know every time you see government, you would want us to talk about what are we going to give you, or how much tax. As I came here, I left my officers somewhere fine-tuning this modality so that next year, at least about 50 of government ministries, departments, and agencies are on this platform. We are also going to implement the e-monitoring of schools and health centers. We have developed a platform to carry out this exercise, which some people have been, I think, not doing effectively, of inspecting and monitoring teachers. If we have children in a school and we have a number of teachers, how are they monitoring? How are they being monitored to ensure that they offer the service they are paid to offer? So we are introducing a system which is going to be monitoring the learners as well as the teachers, and also monitoring the health centers across the country to ensure that medicine the drugs and other equipment which government buys are not stolen. We are also repurposing, as I've told you, the national budget so that it is focused on purely funding what government has agreed on in the National Development Plan 3. These days, it is the National Development Plan to inform the budget, not the other way around. Not the budget to inform the plan. I am therefore very optimistic about Uganda's economic recovery. We have a clear plan as well as a path to full recovery. I am confident that we are going to emerge out of this pandemic stronger, and with the reforms we have embarked on, we are going to prosper within the medium term. This symposium comes at a right time, in my view, when we are finalizing, also in government, our financing strategy. The strategy is aligned with the NDP 3, and it is going to work together with other policies already in place, such as the debt management strategy and the public investment management system. We want to diversify financing options for the country and address the constraints to access to financing by both the public and private sectors. We have identified 5 related challenges to public financing, which in the end impact private sector investment performance. These are: 1, the misalignment of investments or projects to appropriate financing. There is a lot of misalignment there. For example, we see a lot of short-term financing going for longer-term investments. We want to address that anomaly. We have also the challenge of lack of diversification in financing options. Every symposium or conversation we go to, we are discussing debt and grants. Financing needs to be diversified. We need to start having conversations on private equity, on development of capital markets, on how government can finance through now emerging options like a climate financing, which some people call green financing, infrastructure financing, infrastructure bonds, and so on and so forth. There are a number of emerging options. So this strategy is intended to see how we can diversify our options. We have also, number 3, the challenge of inadequate financing to implement priorities set out in the plans, which has led to a problem of budget tokenism, giving every priority small money. And at the end of the day, we end up not achieving what we would want to do or to achieve. It's a challenge which we want to address through this strategy. Number 4 is insufficient private sector involvement in public investments. We also have noticed that our private sector, government is spending a lot of money every year in public investments. In every budget, we have about 20 trillion shillings going into public investments. Some are fully government funded, others we borrow money externally funded. But how much is this money going down to the private sector of Uganda? It's a challenge which we want to address through this strategy. And number 5 is the poor sequencing of acquired loan financing, leading to delayed disbursements and completion of projects. Sometimes we've been borrowing when we are not yet ready to deploy the money. That's why I'm happy these days with UDB, where some people are not happy. Someone wants to go to UDB, you get money when you're not ready. That's why you say, these people are delaying me. Give me the money. But they have assessed you, and they have found you are not ready to deploy the money. If they gave it to you, you might fail. Like a government, sometimes we fail on certain projects. You have seen them delaying because we didn't sequence very well the borrowing with the preparation. What should come first? Should you first borrow, then you prepare? Or you first prepare yourself adequately, then you borrow? These are some of the things we are now addressing. So those 5 challenges, we are addressing them through a strategy which we have put together to ensure that our national development goals are achieved. And this strategy will explore relevant sources of financing from domestic, external, as well as those emerging financing sources. We shall publish the strategy as soon as it has undergone the approval processes. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the past 2 years have been a pain to each of us, but the future looks very bright. Why? Because we have used this COVID-19 as a very, very important crisis to teach us a lot of lessons. And we have learned them. We are learning that we cannot transform a country where a few people are engaged in productive economic activities. It becomes so difficult. All of those who earn some money, they know what has happened during the lockdowns. The number of people who have approached you for help. A few people feeding the rest of the clan. It's the mistake we made ourselves by thinking that for us, when we are okay in the economy, others can stay outside the economy. That's a mistake. We need to involve everybody. And this parish model is one of our main opportunities to correct that mistake, because it is taking resources and the government to where people are at the parish. The people are in these parishes, represented by my good friends here. The people are not in Kampala, where usually the budget is shared, the resources are shared and distributed to the big projects without going to where the people are. So I would encourage everybody to embrace this opportunity. I don't know how many parishes you have in Greater Ankole. Is there anyone with the number, the parishes? How many parishes do we have in Greater Ankole? Please multiply those parishes by 100 million shillings. If we can put that money to proper use, that is strictly on productive activities. And as HE, the President has directed us, first focusing on the agricultural value chain, so that we have people in crop farming, in livestock, in forestry, and fisheries supported to commercialize. By using that money to acquire the inputs, including those which are for production, but also those which are for processing, for those people who are not in the economy. Please, this money is not for the people who are qualifying for UDB. This money is for people who are outside the monetary economy. And it's strictly for production, not for consumption, not for building a house. That now let me go and borrow from the parish circle and I roof my house. You know, roofing a house is also subsistence. You just sleep there. You don't earn from the house you are sleeping in, unless if it's going to be rent out. I have noticed anxiety among some people about recent spikes in prices of fuel, soap, cooking oil, and a few other specific items. This rise in prices is a temporary shock, having been caused by disruptions in the global supply chains due to COVID-19, as well as a few other mistakes which were done by certain people. We are correcting them, and the situation will soon normalize. Please support our reforms to create an economy that works for every Ugandan. I thank you very much for listening to me.
I request the Asante sana. Ongeza tena. Thank you very much. The chief guest has requested us to respond to one specific question on the issue of schools and opening in Greater Ankole region. We have shared with my colleagues, the honorable members of parliament, and agreed with Honorable Kajwenje of Kazo to come and attempt to answer that question very well. Thank you. Honorable Kajwenje, please.
Thank you, my colleague, Honorable Rukari. Our chief guest and the country's leading economic mind. Thank you so much for a brilliant presentation. And the policies aimed at uplifting the 39% of our population to the money economy. I think that is a challenge, that is the objective, that is the drive, that is the way, that is what every other Ugandan leader, businessman, farmer, or anybody should be geared at. I have consulted, we consulted among each other, and the issue, first we thank you, we thank the government for having provided support to the education industry after a long lockdown to enable them open the schools. There are conflicting, and this is very important, there are conflicting views and responses and feedback from schools across the board on the amount of money received. But what is clear, cutting, is that it was capitation grant, meaning schools cannot get same amount of money. Two, so meaning some schools got little, others got bigger. But the chief guest, what is undeniable is that the long spell of lockdown affected schools equally. All facilities, all buildings went to waste. Probably the school that has gotten a big amount of money probably has got 2 million Uganda shillings. And that cannot even renovate a classroom block. We will need to get more, but that's what the honorable members of parliament were getting. I have been told they're also waiting for another tranche, probably another quarter to help them. So when this money came, little, I cannot say little, inadequate as it were, then the district councils were able to decide which schools get renovated so that you can at least have some schools fully renovated. So this gives us a scenario that although all schools opened and the turn-up was big and all our children, school-going children, went back to school, but the facilities need to be attended to. But the chief guest, this is as far as education, is as far as government schools are concerned. A bigger percentage of our education industry is driven by private schools. These did not get, or maybe I should say, are yet to get support from government. So their facilities too were affected by lockdown. Their teachers, and these teachers in private schools are our brothers and sisters. They are part of the other percentage that we need to uplift. When they have money and they are spending, it positively affects the economy. So they too need to be catered for. Of course, we applaud the government on regulatory and supervision. That is going on very well. But I think we need to do a lot. And in my view, and I agree with you, for purposes of repurposing, realigning, refocusing the budget and development plan, schools, or what you can call the wider education industry, plays a crucial role in the post-COVID era. Why am I saying that? Because even the issue of mass vaccination has an effect on school-going children. These children, those who are day scholars, leave their parents' home, they go and converge, they come back home. They definitely bring or transmit the other way. So it's the industry needs to be focused on. But I thank you so much. Maybe just as I conclude, last, we thank you, we thank the government that a lot of money is going to banks. But these banks, most of them, actually all of them are private banks. They need to readjust to the post-COVID era. They need to lessen the bureaucracies. They must stop acting like it were normal. It is business unusual. We are all affected by COVID, and now that the government has come in with a package, let us treat it as an emergency. Two, and extremely important, the component of training. If we must uplift the 39% into the money economy, government must repurpose and prioritize the issue of training, financial training and management. And this should not be left to the private banks. In my view, it should be a component of it should be given out. And we have seen this even in Emyoga, the issue of training. Our people need to be trained how to handle money. They have not handled it before. So that once we give them money, it is put to the right use. I thank you so much, and God bless you for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Honorable Wilson Kalrenje, for that answer to our chief guest. As we conclude, we have two short, precise functions. One is to invite our chief guest to officially launch the Great Ankole Coffee Table Book. And as I invite him, I will also invite a few other colleagues and the bishop, the representative of the archbishop, to come here, stand with our chief guest as he officially launches the Coffee Table Book of Great Ankole. Our chief guest, please, Professor Pamela Patricia, OWC representative, my Lord Bishop, honorable members of parliament, please come. We line here for group photograph. If you can come with your copies, we would appreciate as we take them. If you don't have them, the secretariat can help us with a few copies. Which book is this? It's a Great Ankole story.
It tells the story of
The whole story,
Ankole.
yes.
In terms of
As you're driving back,
investment and culture and everything. On behalf of His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, I take this opportunity to launch officially the Greater Ankole book, in coffee table book, which has been put together by this symposium of Greater Ankole, UDB, Operation Wealth Creation, and all the people of Ankole. Thank you.
It's not about the curve.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of a 3-day investment journey, it has been one heck of a journey, hasn't it? But I'm hoping that as we leave here, before we get into the absolute last bit of this function, and then we will feed you, and you won't be hungry anymore. We humbly apologize for keeping you for so long, but you can see how critical it was that we're all in this room at this particular moment in time. You have heard from the government. They really have us at heart. But how best can we also meet them halfway? They have given us the resources to be able to thrive, to be able to grow. How do we reach those resources? And ladies and gentlemen, this is not for people who can handle. It is for everybody, from that small person down there to whoever has a huge enterprise. These services are for you and I, all of us. The trick here is how badly do you want them, and how much are you willing to work to get them, so that we all benefit and it is a win-win situation for all of us. We were very intentional when we decided to come to Ankole region. We could not leave without showing you that the journey has started now. It is not going to start tomorrow. We are starting now. And to show you that the journey is starting now, we are going to sign 6 MOUs. Dr. Kazire is a very strong voice in this region. And we are going to sign an MOU with him. And the reason why is to promote research, innovation, value addition, and linking the community or smallholder farmers to the value chain. Yes, Josh. Okay. And then universities. Of course, I know Honorable Rukari spoke a lot about our young people there. Where are my young people? Aneda, I don't hear you. Where are my young people, students? Don't you be fearing your parents here. Where are my young people? Yeah, that's more like it. So we're signing MOUs with universities to promote innovation and research up to commercialization. So all your ideas, guys, we will listen to those ideas. Gatsby Rural Industrial Center. Support the actors and investors in the park to scale up. Okay? Ankole Diocese. Your presentation was outstanding. I mean, clearly, you know your people from the grassroots, and those are the ones that we want to help so that they come out from where they are to thrive. So to support commercial projects for the benefits of the members under the various projects in direct sectors and value chains. And at this juncture, I would like to invite Dr. Kazire to please come up. I would like to invite Dr. Sheldon Mwesigwa to please come up. Professor Mauda from Bishop Stewart. Fred Chimabareva. I do apologize. From Gatsby Rural Industrial Center. By the time I come back, I will be a kafulu in all the names, the language. I'm going to invite you to please come and sit here. We're going to symbolically sign MOUs to show you that we are actually going to start. And from UDB, I am going to call our Managing Director, Mrs. Patricia Ojangole. members of the press and the photographers, you can take photographs of them signing, and then they'll stand up and show the symbolic MOU. Yeah. But this is to show you that the journey has already started. We are still here up to the end of today. Please ensure you visit our information booths. At the end of the day, if there is anything you take away from today, let the takeaway be that me, Barbara, in my capacity, I can thrive. Because this journey of growing together starts with you and I. So you in your capacity, even the student there, even if you're in S1, it does not matter. In your capacity, you have it within you to start this journey. Because for every time that you do something, remember, at least 17 people are looking at you, at least, and looking at you to learn from you. So we hope that what we've done in the last 3 days has added something for you to go and reevaluate and think about this region and how you can add your magic, you can add your light so that Ankole region can thrive. Ladies and gentlemen, we just one last announcement. We have UNBS here, represented by Bonnie Otokoma. Bonnie, where are you? Bonnie is going to be at our booth, at the UDB booth. Any questions that you have, we didn't really get to that presentation due to time, but he's here to answer any questions that you have about your product and how valid it should be for the market. Bonnie is here in the event that you need him. Thank you. And that was the MOU signing. And at this juncture, I'll invite back. Yep.
It's not about the colors on the surface. It goes beyond the land that I have trodden. It goes before me everywhere I go. It's in the way I live and walk and talk. It's the spirit
closure of this symposium, allow me invite the representative of the Archbishop, His Grace Lambert, to come and give us a closing prayer, and thereafter we shall be guided on what next to do. Father, please come forward.
Thank you. We humble ourselves and put ourselves in the hands of Almighty. Almighty loving Father, we thank you and praise you. You have given us life. You have given us this world to tame and enjoy. We thank you for the insights. We thank you for the leaders who lead us as we cooperate on this earth to continue creating in your name, for we are co-creators. And we thank you for the improvements we are making. God our Father, we thank you for this symposium. You have led us through up to this moment, and we thank you. We ask you to bless us, and you bless the work of our hands. Bless those who lead us in these ventures of improvement, people who do investment, people who enable the investors, the banks, especially our bank here, UDB, and other banks, and bless us all so that whatever we venture to do may be blessed by you and prosper for the good of all the people, for uplifting even those who need the assistance to come from poverty to enjoy full life. Because through your Son you said that you sent Jesus Christ to come to bring us life and to have it for us in full. We are closing this symposium. Be with us as we part from here. Give us journey mercies and bless all our destinations so that we continue to be under your protection. We continue to do the development in our production. Bless us, Lord, and through your blessings, we shall continue to journey till the end of our life here on earth, having done what you want us to do to better this world. And may your blessing, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit come upon us, remain with us now and forever. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you, Father. I will now invite our chief guest, the representative of the President, Mr. Ramadan Ngobi, to come and officially close the third Great Ankole Business Symposium. Mr. Ngobi. And our guests, this is Great Ankole. We have prepared lunch for you. Do not go without eating, with only one exception of our chief guest who decides whether to stay or not. Thank you very much, our chief guest.
On behalf of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, I declare this 3-day investment symposium in Great Ankole closed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And there you are. My leader has spoken. I cannot say anything other than to say thank you so much for honoring our invite. We do have lunch, late lunch, stroke dinner, ladies and gentlemen, and our ushers are going to usher you, yes. Let us stand up for the national anthem. All right. Oh, Uganda, may God appeal our future in thy hand.
United, free for liberty, together we all stand.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Can we please remain upstanding as our chief guest makes his way out of the hall? To the DJ, can I please have something to serenade our chief guest, please?
I should have stayed with you last night instead of going down to find trouble.
Food ushers, please make your way here. Food ushers, please make your way here. Thank you. Food ushers.
Whenever I get too vulnerable, that's not your fault. See, I wanna stay the whole night.